Okay, we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're gonna get started here. I'll get everybody to take their seats. Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. So, for those who forgot, where we left off was we had our friends from the Regina Police Service here answering some questions for us. So I'm just going to grab from my notes here. We've got, so Council Charles not here. So I had the last two that I had lit up to ask questions was first Councillor Radens and then Councillor Zakidniak after that. So, Councillor Radens, do you still have the question?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor. Hi. Thanks again for your presentation yesterday, and thanks for being here. So I kind of wanted to follow up with some adding to Council Flores yesterday had mentioned about the partnership that you had with some of the community organizations. And you said that, you know, we'd be here all day, literally, if we were to list all of those. But do you have like a number of how many of those community organizations you actually work with? If you do, great. If you don't, I mean, I guess.
At best a guess. My apologies. I know every year we do compile a document with organizations that we work with, and I know our analysis unit is just working on that for 25 and 24. I would guess we would be, I would say, close to 100, if not more than 100 organizations that we work with on a continuous basis. I'm just stalling a little bit because I know that they're sending me a number here. But you know, if I highlight some of the ones I highlighted, obviously were our police and crisis team. That's a partnership with Saskatchewan Health Authority. Our trip team and our hub tables. So those are collaborative tables where we work with both school board, social services, child and youth, probations, and those two initiatives are dealing with people who are at chronic risk in our community. And so TRIP deals with young people who are at risk of you know, sort of going down the wrong path. They work with them, they have case management, and there's been a lot of success in that program. And the hub table is essentially doing that same work, but for adults and families. And so they take referrals, and so a number of organizations can refer to them. And then it's really working together to break down those barriers to say, hey, this is a police issue, or hey, this is an education issue. Who's best to take the lead on that? So those are just a couple off the top of my head. But in terms of everyday interactions, I mentioned the Open Door Society, our cultural and community diversity unit are out every day of the week at various organizations. And so not just Regina Open Door, but North Central Family Center. We work closely with them. AIDS Program South Sask.
Laura Lee,
Neo Utina.
just quick, I'm wondering if your computer might be blocking the speaker.
Sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies.
No, all good.
Okay, my number is about 125. So, and that's based, we fan out to our organization to say, hey, can you let us know who you're working with on a regular basis so we can capture that information for our strategic plan updates we do every year. So that's my best guess in terms of organizations that we work with.
Great, thanks so much for that. Okay, so the AROs, the Alternative Resource Officers, that program that's been implemented. So what was the date that was started?
Well, we hired them late last year, but then had to go through training. So then they started going through their field training in October. But from January now, this year, they've been fully independent on their own. And what we've done, we put AROs and our beat together to create a downtown safety team. So since January, you know, I can give you some data if you need some data, some of the stuff that they've been doing since January.
Okay, no, so the reason I'm asking about them is just that from perspective of community is how effective are they? So where are they, you know, working? Like what areas do they cover? And how many are there? And what have you seen? Like, I mean, I'll just throw out the questions to you all at once. And since implemented, have we seen kind of a measurable effect? Has it made a difference? And what are they doing? There's a lot of questions. Just so that everyone else knows, because some of us know, but not everyone knows.
So at the moment, we've got 7 AROs. We've got a hiring process out to try and get some more in the next few months. They work with sworn officers, so we've got a downtown team. I'll just give you an example. Well, first, one of their roles is not just to go down and arrest and detain people. Their role is to build connections, engage with people, and sometimes you can't measure that. When they're going and walking in all the businesses, all the shops, the libraries and everything, which they do on a day-to-day basis, you can't engage that interaction, but the positive feedback we're getting from all the businesses, Regina Business Improvement District, the shops, the malls, etc., it's really, really good. And so their role is all around downtown area. You know, and when we look at their calls for service, if we look at the AROs or the whole downtown safety team as a whole, just this year only, combine them with the sworn members that we put dedicated to downtown, 616 calls for service that they've gone. You know, if we could divide them up, but they're all dedicated teams, a downtown safety team, 616 calls for service. And in that time as well, you know, their job is not just to go and detain people, but if somebody's committing a crime, you know, we need to deal with them. So 81 people have been arrested as well in that time, and 171 charges have been laid. That's a proactive enforcement arm. But the feedback we're getting from, like I said, the communities is that, you know, their presence, people feel safer. People want to come shopping downtown. People want to invest in downtown. And I'll give you another example. I was looking at some research last night and looking at vacancy rates downtown. When we look a couple of years ago, the vacancy rate downtown was 11.4%. And I was reading some interesting news last night to say it's gone down to 3.6% of staff wanting to work there, which is other good news of why people are feeling safe. So what we will do, we'll be able to do a full evaluation in a few months' time to say, has the presence of AROs reduced crime downtown? And if so, by how much? But like I say, it's been positive since I've been here, but it's not just about arrest. It's about, you know, helping people, referring to community stuff, to help them, you know, divert them, signpost them. And it's not just about arrest and detain, it's about supporting the vulnerable people and stuff like that. And if it may be, taking people to the complex needs shelters. So we've done that as well. You know, mobile crisis and shelters. So they're supporting a number of things, and it's not just enforcement, it's about supporting our vulnerable, helping our vulnerable, and making people feel safer at the same time.
So is there the possibility of moving that program to other areas of the city?
Yeah, well, like I said, we're currently in the hiring process. Once we've hired them, I'll sit down with our command team and look at, you know, if we need to move them to different wards, what are our priority wards, or where can we benefit from putting AROs? So we will review that, and at the moment we haven't decided yet. We're looking at analytical data. We'll look at obviously liaising with councillors and MLAs for respective wards to see what support that we can put AROs into respective wards. So we will do that.
Okay, thank you. So I do look forward to seeing the results of the evaluation once that's, done, so we can assess. Okay? Thank
you.
you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, Chief, I want to start with you, a question specifically to you, because I believe what you had said during your presentation is that you agree with or can understand some of the concerns that were brought forward by delegations. And you touched on some of those specifically during your presentation. But for the sake of clarity, is that correct? And what are some of the concerns, if so, that you share with the delegates who were presenting?
Do you want to remind me of some of the stuff, the concerns they had, and then I
Yeah, sure. So what I heard is, we shouldn't be spending as much money on policing. Some of that money should be diverted to social programs, just as a category. I guess let's start with that one.
Okay. Well, first, and I was grateful to hear what they had to say, because we need feedback. So Florence and Sean, that was here, and the one was obviously on a live feed, so I appreciate the feedback. One of the things that Florence mentioned was about 17% of the city budget goes to policing, which was interesting, because that's right, when up to 25% of other city budgets go towards policing. So what I say about that, it's interesting to show that actually, as a police service, we're a lot more efficient than others. One of the other stuff that was raised as well was concern about trust and confidence in our diverse communities. Well, we've already got community survey data to say trust and confidence in our communities increase, and we still need to do some work to increase, especially with our diverse communities. And another one where I'd like to say, the amount of work that we do with different diverse communities is incredible, and we're proactively trying to look at other ways to do that. I mean, when you all was appointed, first thing I did was reach out to you the following day to say, how can we work together to improve? And that's what I want to do, and because you may have ideas that we haven't considered, but how can we come together as one to be stronger? Not just yourselves, the community, the residents, the neighbourhood watch schemes, the camera registry programs, all our key partners at MLAs, to improve, because we recognise there may be ideas that you have, the communities as Florence has, Sean has, that we haven't considered. So for me, it's important that we work together. I think when we come to the budget, no matter where you work, but we are an essential service. At 3 in the morning, who are you going to call? There's no other essential service out there. There's nobody there. Who are you going to call when you need? It's the police. So essential service, you need the police to be able to do the job. And then when you look at any organisation, doesn't matter if it's police or other, we're not asking you for more money to hire more staff this year. But we can't do anything about inflation. That's out of our hands. We can't do anything about, contractual stuff with pay rises. We have to compete against our competitors, otherwise we'll lose all our staff. So all we're asking here is operating costs and salary costs, but we're not asking you to give us any more money to increase our establishment. However, what I will say is, and because Florence raised a concern about increasing numbers, and she raised how many over the last few years, we needed to increase over the last 4 years because we didn't increase before. We went for 4 years, we only had increased by 4 cops before the last 4 years. Then we increased by 46 cops. We were falling far behind, and that was affecting, and the comment that Florence meant about the crime severity index, she was right. We were the worst in the country, but not no more, because we're now getting sufficient resilience to be able to meet the needs of the communities in our service.
Okay. Another one was just a concern, I think you've touched on it a bit, is overspending on police. And so, I think you were just speaking to that. Do you have anything more to say to that?
Well, that's everyone's concern, and I think you can see, and we've done our due diligence when it comes to, and maybe if we can put the slide up, we've done our due diligence when it comes to that, because we recognise that we're a public service, and we recognise taxpayers have to pay. So what we've done was our due diligence to ensure that we weren't overspending. Like I just said to you, there's not a lot I can do about inflation. Well, there's nothing I can do about inflation, nothing I can do about contractual stuff. But when you look at that, and you look in June, if we were continuing with our growth plan that we were planning, discussing with our board over the last 4 years, that would have been the ask that we would have been asking, nearly 9 million extra.
Yeah.
But we didn't do that. Internally, we realised, we can't ask for too much because the taxpayers' money and the fiscal restraints are too high. So we brought it down, as you can see there, to 6.9, so just under 7 million. We proactively done that because we wanted to make efficiency savings. And then when we presented yesterday, again, we didn't need anybody to ask us to do it. We brought it down again. So when you look from June, if we were in line with our growth plan, we'd be asking for nearly 9 million. We got it down to 6.12 million because we understand the cost of policing, we understand the fiscal restraints, we understand it affects the taxpayers. So we brought our budget down that we were going to originally ask by 31%. And I think, but again, operational costs and inflation are out of our hands and out of our control.
Okay. Now, there was also the comment made about, from the former police chief, and I listened to it myself, that perhaps it's time to reset policing. And a stat was put out that 80% of the calls are social calls. Do you have a response to that?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So I think the question revolves around criminal workload and non-criminal workload. And so, yes, probably 80% of the calls that we go to don't result in a criminal charge. But that doesn't mean that we're not the right people to go. For instance, we attend every sudden death in the city. So in 5 or 6 of those cases, there's a criminal outcome because somebody's been charged with murder. But in the rest of those cases, we ensure that there is nothing suspicious, that all the things have been covered. Are there any questions around the circumstances surrounding the death? So I would think if you ask people, should police be going to, when somebody dies in the city, should police be going to investigate? I think the answer would be yes. But the majority of those cases are not a criminal outcome. You think about traffic accidents. Again, we go to those. The large majority of those cases don't result in a criminal charge. Impaired driving, dangerous driving, yes. But if there's a traffic ticket issued, that's a non-criminal outcome. So yes, there is a lot of work that we go to that doesn't result in a criminal charge, but that doesn't mean that we aren't the right people to go. And I think, we can't ignore the fact that our city has changed over the last number of years. And so certainly there are more social disorder calls that we go to. But again, in that study that we did in 2021, in 97% of those files that we audited, we needed to go because there was a threat of violence, a level of violence, there was a legislative requirement. And I think that we do our best to try and offload work when we can. We have a partnership with Mobile Crisis. Right now, if somebody calls in and they're suicidal and it meets the criteria, we transfer that call to Mobile Crisis, and so they deal with it. We don't attend, we don't send police officers. So we're always looking for those types of partnerships so that we aren't the people that go. But the fact of the matter is, in a lot of those cases, police are required to attend.
Okay, thank you. And to that point, that you're looking for more partnerships, and then the statement that who else are you going to call in the middle of the night? So what do you need, what would help you, just for my information, from the city's now taking over all of the community safety and well-being work? What would help you to take the workload off for things that you don't need to go to, or things that would be more appropriately suited to have someone else there? Is it that you need longer hours for things? Like, what are some of the top changes that would help take the workload off of you?
I think, Deputy Chief talked about yesterday about the PAC team that we got. We created a PAC team because we recognised that we needed 24/7 coverage. And I think and probably we could sit down as a team and work out what we need, but I think we just need, if there's going to be other agencies out there to support us, crime and vulnerability doesn't stop. It's not an 8 to 5. We need to, extended hours so there's got coverage. So I think we need to sit down as a team and look at what are the stuff that we need to do, what's the stuff that we need support with, and I think we need to sit down as a team and discuss that. But we need more coverage.
Okay.
If I could add, Councillor, I think more spaces for detox, more spaces for people who are houseless. You know, those are the types of vulnerabilities that we see in the city that unfortunately at 3 in the morning there isn't somewhere that we can take someone outside of the emergency department or complex needs. And so I think addressing some of those social issues that shouldn't necessarily fall on police, but when the social net has tears in it, it results in a call to 911. So, you know, we have good partnerships, Mobile Crisis, we rely on them, Family Service Regina, and some of the SHA teams, the Coast team. So really good partnerships with them, sort of, but not the 24/7 partnerships that we rely on. And essentially, if we have somewhere we can take people in the middle of the night and partners that we can hand off to, those are the types of things that obviously would be a benefit.
Okay. Would you be interested in, like currently we have a temporary board of community social and impact Regina. Would you be interested while that temporary board is in existence, before it gets fully transferred to the city, in a meeting to help evaluate like what we could be doing in that lens to complement your work and take offload some of that? And some of it's maybe not in our, like some of that might be the province, but I'd still be interested in learning more if you'd be willing to have a meeting.
You know, a good question, Councillor. We're interested in any meeting. The reason we reached out to you when you got elected to say, let's come together.
Yeah.
Let's come together to make this a better, safer place. So yeah, well, of course we're interested in any meeting with all of you councillors.
Okay. If your budget doesn't get approved and it gets sent back to you for further reductions, what would be your next steps?
Well, like I said, when you look at our budget, we're not asking for any additional staff out of that budget. That's just operating costs and salaries. Well, if we didn't get approved, then there's only one outcome. We'd have to lay people off, and then that would have an adverse effect on public safety. And then going back to Florence, what she said yesterday about crime severity index, we'll go back to the levels of crime that we had before. People won't feel safe and they'll be a lot more vulnerable. So there's no way we can lower that anymore. We lowered it as much as we could, and we're not asking for any money for increase in our establishment. We've managed that ourselves. And also, and not just that, it'll affect the economy. I mentioned earlier, people are coming back downtown. Vacancy rates are lowered. You know, and I know that, you know, the building if you look at the value of the buildings downtown, significantly lowered because people weren't feeling safe. So all things will go up, and actually it'll adversely affect the economy.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Chief, thank you for all your presentations. I'm going to ask, not for today, but for December, when you come back, you hit a few key points. We've got ARO tracking. You mentioned KPIs about tracking with vacancy rates and economic growth now that you have a presence in the mall. Could I ask that your department or someone from your area start tracking that economic growth and that vacancy rate and bring that back to council for the next budget session?
Of course, and that's a good question. Of course we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate the presentation. I have a financial operational question for you guys. So we always set the budget off forecast right now. Last year's forecast was budget for the city, 303 million. At the end of the year, it looked like they were going to collect 321 million through taxation. So it looks like a little bit more collections than budget was set. So being that you guys are 17% of the city budget and that taxation, did you find that in your budget from the budget compared to the actual? And when you have a discrepancy like that, how does that feed through and how does it work into your budget?
Sure, thank you for the question through the chair. So when we do our budget, yes, we do our forecast, and at the end of the year we do a year-end report. At the end of 2024, in our total budget, which is just over $100 million, we had about $32,000 left in total, which basically is saying we're trying to narrow down our budget, be as efficient as we can with what we have. What happens at the end of the year is if there is a surplus, like a large surplus, it would get turned back to the city. In that case, we had a very small surplus that would go into our reserve of that 32,000. And then we continue to forecast on. The one difference with RPS is we do our budgeting and variance line by line. So we go through that, I go through that every month and then report it to our executive, where we are and where we're not. So if one area is feeling the shortage, then we look at other areas and manage that throughout the year. That's the one difference at places. It's one big area that we try to manage within, so.
Appreciate that, and especially the fact that I knew you did your variance reporting very tightly at RPS, and that's why. The question's just a hair more pointed than that. When we set your revenues, it's based on taxation estimates at the start of the year. At the end of the year, those estimates are finalized, and there's usually a variation. Last year on the city's budget, it showed an estimate of 303 million, forecast near year end to 320 million, or 321 million, so there was a $20 million variance between budget and forecast. Knowing that you guys are tight on your variance reporting, I was wondering if you experienced a revenue increase as described in this budget, and if so, when that happens, how do you capture that compared to your set budget, and how does that influence your operations?
Sure. So the one difference with our revenue is the Regina Police Service really acts almost as a nonprofit organization. We don't have the luxury of increasing fees or things like that to increase our revenue to offset our expenses. So for example, we can increase swimming fees or transit fees. The only thing we really collect is for criminal record checks, and that's a cost recovery. The one misconception that a lot of people have, and maybe even for the new city council, is the Regina Police Service does not collect revenue for traffic tickets. That does not go to us, that goes to the provincial government. Or when we have a large drug seizure, as you saw in yesterday's presentation, that goes back to the government, that doesn't come to us. So in regards to the revenue, yeah, we did get an increase in revenue, but that's all cost recovered for positions. So about 94% of the revenue we receive is cost recovered on the positions. So the provincial government might say, we'll give you $110,000 to investigate for the Internet Child Exploitation Unit, but that position actually costs us $120,000. So they've increased the revenue funding for that position, but it's actually still not 100% cost recovered. So our revenue does go up, but so does the expense, because now we have to fill that position. So sometimes you'll see our revenue going over that 13 million, but we have to also match and pay for the remainder. So that makes a difference too, so sometimes why our revenue looks higher.
Totally, and I know that the money is well shepherded and well spent and well looked after. Your tight variance reporting, because we never have a fixed year end in our budget, is why I was taking advantage of your knowledge, so thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take an opportunity to ask a question between here. Can you just comment on how the city has changed in terms of the types of drugs on our street, the types of weapons that our officers need to deal with on the street in the last 5 to 10 years, and how that dynamic has changed in our city?
Absolutely, thank you for the question. So I would say, if you go back 5-10 years ago, the majority of drugs that we were seeing on the city streets would have been cocaine, and then sort of the influx of methamphetamine. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we've obviously seen the effects of the opioid crisis in the city. I would say when meth first came in, that was when we started to see an increase in the level of violence. Unfortunately, that drug and the effects of that drug can result in increased violence. And with that, we saw the transition from sort of I would say bear spray or knives as a weapon of choice to now where we're seizing firearms off the street multiple times every week. And so I think that change in weapons and the drugs that we see in the city, there's definitely a correlation there. And unfortunately, that's not unique to Regina. That's something that we're seeing all across North America. And certainly that's been the experience in other jurisdictions in Western Canada as well. So it really does change the way that we do business. Obviously, it has huge impact on our city with opioids being so much more deadly, the impact of the number of overdose calls that our members go to. But then with firearms, obviously, you have an extra level of caution that's required when you're dealing with firearms calls. And so certainly, one of the moves we made last year was the implementation of our full-time tactical support team. And that team has been huge in terms of officer and public safety to be able to respond to those types of incidents with firearms in a way that is safe for everyone involved.
Good answer.
Thank you. Councillor Sickley, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you for coming back. I think, we're trying to look at this at a high level from a numbers perspective, and it must be very difficult to be in your chair getting the kinds of questions you're getting. But I want to bring it back to something you mentioned earlier, Chief, and that is in other cities, the police cost the taxpayer about 25% of their budget. And considering the size of our budget, if someone wants to take out their calculator and do a little calculation for me, what would 25% of our budget be? I did it for you.
That was suspenseful,
So
Councillor.
basically, we're getting a $67 million discount compared to what other cities are paying relatively.
So do you have a question in there, Councillor?
Well, would you like to comment on the accuracy of that statement?
Well, well, thanks for doing your maths. I hadn't done the maths, but that's a really good comment, and thanks for raising it. But when Florence raised 17%, she raised it yesterday, and it was right. And obviously, we've done our research to say our counterpart in the same province, up to 25%, significant. But what it shows is, as a police service, we're doing everything we can to be as efficient and as effective as possible, and getting funds from other places. So we get 20 million less than our counterpart, so I think what it shows is we're providing an efficient and effective service and cost value service to our citizens of Regina.
If I can just add a quick comment in there, Councillor. A number of years ago, Edmonton Police Service did a study about the cost per incident, and there was a number of cities that were included, including ourselves, Edmonton, Peel, Calgary, Winnipeg, Ottawa, and York, and we had the lowest cost per call. So per incident, it was $3,000, and that might seem like a lot, but that's from the second that 911 gets answered until all the way through the court. Edmonton was the next to us. They were at $3,500, but somewhere like Peel was $8,600 a call. And so we do our best to be efficient with taxpayer money. We know that you have very hard decisions to make. We don't take that investment in ourselves lightly. We ensure that we can do the best that we can in a fiscally responsible way, but balancing community safety. So I think just having some of those hard numbers do show that, to the Chief's point, that we are doing our best to be fiscally responsible.
Are any of those other communities showing a 300% drop in the number you showed from 11 to 3% in terms of people's, was it feeling of safety?
No. Sorry, that was just a
incidents?
vacancy rate downtown.
Vacancy rate, yeah.
We saw that last night. That vacancy a couple of years ago, 11.4% was vacancy, and the positive news is down to 3.6 now from the last quarter of last year. So that's positive that people are feeling safer to come back downtown and work in our downtown.
It'd be interesting, if possible, to get the numbers for other cities.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the end of my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for being proactive with your budget. That is seen and very appreciated. Most of my questions have been answered, but I do have a couple still. One of them was specific to your new Neighborhood Watch program, and it's almost a clarification, because in some places it says they are Cola East Community Association, in some places it says Ward 4, and Ward 5 is also part of the Arcola East. So I'm very uncertain whether or not Ward 5 is included, or if it's all of Arcola East, and it's just very confusing.
Okay, so I can answer that. So last year during the 4th, I went to a community meeting. Councillor, you were at that. A chair of our board was at that, and previous Ward 4 councillor was at that as well. And we had a meeting, and people had concerns about, safety and interaction with the police and engagement and working together. So we said, okay, would you be open to creating a neighbourhood watch scheme? They said yes. So the plan was to start there, to learn from that ward and expand it out. So I think there's been some changes in boundaries since then.
Yes.
But so the initial discussion ask was to create it on Ward 4, and that's where it's set up. But like I said, what we will do, to reassure you, we will be expanding it, because some of the board, like I said, the boundary changes,
Yes.
that's out of our control. But when we liaise with the councillor, Councillor Burton, your predecessor, we talked about creating on that ward because we had the buy-in from the communities at that point. So we will be looking to expand it, and that's just some of the reasons probably why you're not seeing it onto Ward 5 now.
All right, so I guess that has led to some confusion because previous Ward 4s who are now Ward 5s were expecting this program and feel that they are part of this program because it was sold to them as it was coming to them as part of their Cola East community, but because the boundary change, they are not in it. And there is some concern that, especially since with the community association, so if there is any way that it could maybe just forget the ward right now, you'll still get all of Ward 4 and do it with the community association for just those boundaries. I know that's not all of 5. It would really help with the communication and the association, which would include 5.
Well, Councillor Reno, thanks for raising this because, you raising it, it's draws something up to me. So what I will do is I'll ask my staff to touch base with you and see what we can do, because I explained the rationale why we did it.
Yeah.
Didn't realise the impact it would have now with the boundary changes, but well, let's review, and if we can, work with you to kind of extend it, we'll review that. We can do that on a one-to-one basis, and we'll speak to you to see what we can do to improve on that.
Okay, and then my other questions were sort of touched on already, but there is a lot of or biases or trauma for victims to go report to the police, or they feel very apathetic to going to the police or feel like it's not worth their time, and that is due to their own experiences or trauma or and I was just wondering what is being done to outreach to address that, especially when so many victims, and particularly gendered victims, have been I guess, survivors of people in very high up positions, and this is a small city as well. So there's this whole bunch of people who are afraid to go or feel apathetic to even report crimes. So I was wondering, is there anything being done to that, any outreach to that to make it a safe space or have some anonymity? Because there is also fear of reporting or being caught or wrecking your employment or doing all that sort of thing.
For sure, thank you for the question. So I think I can go down a number of pathways here. I'll try and touch on a few areas in hopes that I answer your question completely. So if we're talking about sexual violence, we have a very strong partnership with Regina Sexual Assault Center. We've been partnering with them with the advocate case review, so we bring them and their staff into our building a couple times a year. They review all of our sexual assault files to see if there are things that they're seeing that are systemic in terms of barrier. Are there issues with the way that we're investigating those files? And that has been fantastic for us going forward. We've had a lot of learnings from that. In fact, we put together a very inclusive sexual assault investigation policy that included their input, also input from nurses who work in that field specifically. We have a great relationship with them in the fact that if someone doesn't feel comfortable coming to our building to report, we will go out to their office and report. And they've said that their experiences working with us over the last number of years, survivors have said, we were leery about going to the police, but the service that we received was fantastic. They were caring, they were compassionate, they were trauma-informed. And so I think we've made a lot of headroads in that, those types of crimes. And I think that we see that in our crime reporting. Sexual assault numbers have, over the last number of years, gone up, and we feel that that is an increase in trust and confidence in the police, that people feel comfortable coming forward. We do have officers, they receive trauma-informed training all the time. We continue to update that, and not specific just to sexual violence, but I also can speak to our partnership with Family Service Regina and our outreach to domestic victims as well, and so we work closely with that community organization. So if someone feels comfortable going to them, we're happy to meet them where they are. In terms of other types of reporting, it's not always that you have to call 911 and have a police officer come to your door. We have online reporting now where someone can go online, file a report. That's then assigned for an investigation. We have virtual reporting. You can phone or call in over the phone. So it's not, we don't make people come into the police station in all instances, and so we understand that there has historically been a barrier between community and police. And I think all of the things that we spoke about yesterday and even this morning about building relationships with community are really where you have to start. And so when you go to community outings and you can shoot hoops or play floor hockey and people in the community see you as a person and not as a police officer, that's where that trust and confidence begins. And I think being representative of our community is also something that helps in breaking down those barriers. So hit kind of a few little areas there. I hope that I'm able to answer your question.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think it has been noticed, so thank you so much for that. And I wanted to ask about, you sort of addressed this with your online comments, but on the hours to report crime and victim services, I've heard some different things in the community that maybe the victim hours were shortening. Is that because of online services, or you can come in at any time, or?
So we used to have our front desk, our front counter open 7 days a week, stat holidays. When we did an analysis of when people were actually coming in to report, it didn't warrant us staying open those on the weekends and sort of in the evenings. There were very few people that were reporting during that time, so we made that change at the start of 2024, I believe. And we're actually providing better customer service now in terms of having more staff available during the hours that we're open, so that people are waiting less time while they're there. They're, you know, being processed a lot more quickly. And so I think that that change was made in the start of 24, but as you mentioned, there are also those other options that we have available for people, so.
And then my last question, when some, and this is usually a female with kids or that, that is just more statistically, is there an option for?
Counselor, I just want to check, are we asking budget-related questions? Is this to do with budget?
I guess sort of, because it's about their services. Just ask one more
If
question.
you just, if it's in the context of budget, that's all good. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
not
it's
getting
about
too far into
approving,
the.
it is about approving the budget, because it's these services provided in questions, I guess. I just wanted to know, when the victim does report, is there an opportunity for childcare included within your budget or ways so that they can?
We don't have something specific in relation to that. I mean, we do have our Regina Children's Justice Center, which is off-site for us. They are set up for families to report, so there is a separate, like a playroom for children to be at while someone makes a report. We also have a very strong partnership with Mobile Crisis, and so if they can help us in that regard, unfortunately we don't have sort of that capacity to be able to help with child care services. We'd rely on one of our partners to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the clarification and the proactive and the good work. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, through the chair, hey, thanks for being here today, and thanks for clarifying what's up on the screen up there in terms of what your ask is, and, I mean, it seems pretty bare bones to me, but I guess just one question about the cost. You know, what's the cost of, I think I kind of know the answer, but what's the cost of like a neighborhood watch and the camera registry? Like, is there a cost to run those programs?
Well, first, a good question. The camera registry, it's free.
Yeah.
So we partnered up with outside agencies, and if you're one of those residents and you want to register your camera, it doesn't cost you anything. You have a QR code, and this other outside company manages it, but we can map out where all our cameras are, or what the cameras are. So it's free, so it's not costing the city any money. Neighbourhood watch schemes, you know, we're going to have to get some signage up. So that's going to cost, I don't know how much that's going to cost yet, but signs to put on lampposts, so we may have to speak to the city about that. But again, we've allocated a couple of officers to permanently start to drive this and push it so we get better communication, better engagement, better partnership work together. But the ultimate aim is to reduce crime, to increase confidence levels and make people feel safer. So I think it's beneficial, but for the camera registry, no cost at all. And the neighbourhood watch is obviously, I'm supplying some resources, and we're going to have to look at the cost, what it's going to cost to get the size made up. But the cost is not going to be too significant.
I kind of knew the answer. I just wanted to everybody to hear it, just even the public to hear that you know how far, you know, the safety is going back into the community, you know, and great idea on your part.
Thank you.
Just want to say that.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I see no further questions. You guys made it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for coming back this morning to answer all the questions. Feel free to head to the gallery, and you can stick around all week if you'd like.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. So we are now going to hold the Regina Police Service budget request until after consideration of the city general operating and capital budget. So as discussed, we're holding, so we can do everything after at that point. Okay, so before we get started on our process as council, I'm going to turn it to administration to do a brief presentation. So I will turn it over to City Manager Nikki Anderson to start.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I will be turning it over to Darren Anderson in a minute to do a super short presentation, but I did just want to kick it off by acknowledging that as city manager, I have the unenviable task of putting forward the annual proposed budget. I say it is unenviable because we are putting forward a larger proposed mill rate than in previous years. And I imagine that this is not going to be an opportunity for me to talk about all of the great work that our staff do and all of the great services that we provide. So I do just want to take a second and thank all of the staff for the hard work that they do each and every day. I also want to remind council that of the 8.5% mill rate increase being put forward, only 1.9% of that is coming from city administration. You just heard Regina Police Services talk about how hard they worked to decrease their budget ask by $800,000. That brings them to a mill rate ask of an increase of 1.99. Our starting point is still lower than that. We're at 1.9. We have over 70 services, so 3 times higher operating budget to start with. I've also said before that although we think of the budget as a planning tool, I would say you all have an enviable task ahead of you because a lot of what you have is inherited from decisions made by past council. It is very much work that is already in progress. So my ask of council is that you support the 1.9% mill rate increase that administration is asking for. It is less than what RPS is asking for. It's also less than what REAL is asking for. As your employees, we welcome your ideas, your suggestions, and your advice each and every day, 365 days a year, not just during 1 week of budget deliberations. With that, I will pass it over to Darren.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'll start out here and just say I have a brief presentation to run through just to kick us off when we start talking about city operations. I will clarify that this is based on the budget that's actually tabled. So there has been some partners that have come and offered to reduce their budgets. Until there is an actual motion that's agreed upon, the budget remains at 8.5 mill rate increase. And so that's why I will speak to that. Did Amber? Yeah. My apologies. There we go. Now it's working. Thank you. All right, how did we get here? For us, you know, as a city administration, we start, and like Ms. Anderson commented, this is a 365-day project for us. We don't come here once a week or work on it for a month before. We are constantly in front of you determining what our city is and what it's going to be, and that budget is a reflection of that. We are here to maintain service levels as set by council. We are here to follow the official community plans, master plans, and strategies that are also taken, debated, and approved by council. We also have specific items that are council directed that have been added to the budget, and like Ms. Anderson said, a lot of those are from the prior council due to the election, but they're reflective in this budget. So what is Regina? Regina's grown over 40% since 2001. We grow at double the rate of the province as a whole. We're a top 10 city for median household incomes, with incomes growing 4.5% last year and expected to grow 4.4% this year. We compete for worldwide talent. We are also a low residential tax area. As you can see here, from a median household perspective, our taxes are low. We really focus on that as an administration. We care about the load that we put on to our citizens. And we believe that given the services we provide and the size of the city that we are very competitive in terms of our tax structure. What does that mean for an individual? That means that roughly 2% of a household's total spend for a year comes to the municipal government. We're very cognizant of that. With this increase, that will remain between 2 to 3%. So for the services that are provided, the 70 plus services plus fire plus police, we feel that we are not overburdening our citizens and our households. Our commercial residents, we have the lowest commercial taxes in Canada. Given our low residential taxes, the fact that we're only 1.5% more from a commercial load perspective puts us at the lowest in Canada. We're also a very, very great place to do business. What does that all mean? Our total operating budget, our total budget for this year is $841 million, with another $380 million in capital. I've highlighted here in red, important for us when we're talking about the mill rate, that's only $334 million of this. So we use $334 million of property taxes to fund our city operations. Where is that mill rate increase coming from? As Ms. Anderson said, the two biggest chunks are from the Regina Police Service and REAL. You just got a great presentation from the Regina Police Service on the things that are impacting their budgets, and I will say those impact all of these budgets. We are not immune from inflation. We are not immune from contracts of employees. We feel those same pressures that the police service holds. Yet we are holding our mill rate increase to 1.9%. So what does that mean? Here you can see the relative size of the budgets. As we pointed out, RPS is roughly 14% of our total budget. Yet they're asking for 2.25 down to 1.99 of an increase to the taxpayer. Civic operations represent 70% of our total budget, yet we're only asking for 1.9. In relative terms, if we were to have the 6% increase that the police say is the absolute lowest they could do given inflation and the pressures, our mill rate increase would be 12%. City administration has worked hard the last 4 years to make sure that that inflation isn't passed on solely to homeowners. We want to, I'm going to leave this slide up there. Right? In relative terms, we would be asking for 12% just in that civic bucket if we were the same as the city police. So while I appreciate our partners and all the great work they do, we don't face any different pressures than they do. When you wake up in the morning and you can't shower because a water main is broken, there's crews there that day to start rectifying that problem. And we do that with many services across the city. Where do your taxes go to? Of that $334 million that we're going to collect, where does it go? You'll see that first bucket there, 41% of it goes to police and fire. A breakdown of that, the police gets 33% of that. 33% of taxpayer money goes to the RPS. 8% goes to fire in that first bucket. Compared to Saskatoon, 24% goes to police, 12% goes to fire. What's next for us? Community safety and well-being. What is that? Transit, hockey rinks, pools. All of the great services that our residents enjoy on a daily basis. After that, roadways and winter maintenance, right? Potholes, snow removal, core services. Everything else is under 10%. We do surveys for our residents. This matches what they're asking for. What do they want to spend their tax dollars on? Safety, community safety and well-being, recreational services, and roadways. We meet that. Where do we go from here? We need to plan for growing from a city of 250,000 to 350,000 in 15 years. We're one of the youngest cities in Canada. We want to remain that. And in order to do that, we need to attract and maintain residents, which requires investment into the city. We want to continue to offer different housing options, which is a big competitive advantage for us compared to the large metro centers in Canada. With that, I guess we'll kick off budget deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I see folks are lit up. What we that's not how this is going to work. Yeah. So I'm going to read out the procedure, and then if there's some clarifying that we need to do, we can do that. But I'll start with this, and then we'll go from there. If I have to repeat, I'll repeat. So we're now going to consider the general operating and capital budget contained in report CM25-3 2025 proposed budget. City Council's consideration of the general operating and capital budget will include recommendations numbers 1 to 4 of report CM25-3, as well as any motions or amendments related to the general operating and capital budget that are brought by council members during discussion. In the interest of fair proceedings, the clerk will draw names of all city councilors to determine the speaking order. There will be 2 rounds of 5 minutes speaking time for each council member, As chair, I'll reserve the right to speak last each round. And you know me, I don't speak a ton, so just remember that. Council members may use either of their 2 allotted 5 minutes to ask questions of administration, speak to and/or move any amendments they may wish to bring on the general operating and capital budget. Per the procedure bylaw, each council member is also allotted 1 3-minute speaking time for each amendment that is moved to the floor. At this time, any amendments moved must be related to the general operating and capital budget. Council members are not required to use up all of their allotted speaking time, but cannot go over their allotted time or donate their remaining speaking time to any other person. The first name drawn will be asked to move the report to the floor. This is a procedural matter to get the report on the floor and debate opened. The mover will then be able to speak to the report first, followed by the seconder, and then on through the order of speakers drawn by the clerk. After each member has had the opportunity to speak, we will move into the second round of 5 minutes each. Does anybody have questions for the clerk respecting the process? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
So, on the, as you said, this is on the operating budget to start. Is that accurate? Operating budget, and
Yeah.
then you have your 2 rounds of 5 minutes.
It's operating and capital.
Operating and capital?
Yeah.
Okay. Operating and capital, 2 rounds of 5 minutes. Whoever wishes to move amendments needs to do so during their rounds. And once somebody moves an amendment, then we essentially pause everything, and then you get 3 extra minutes. And then you get to close still with 2 extra minutes? Like, are we following general amendment procedures? And then, let's say I move my amendment and people want to respond to my amendment. So we pause the whole operating order and people then indicate they wish to speak using their lights like we normally would?
Yeah, that's correct. You nailed it.
Okay, thanks, that's all.
Okay. Anything to add at all? Nope. Any other questions on the process before we start? Okay. So in that case, I will ask the clerk to now conduct the name draw and announce each name as it is drawn.
There was no bribes involved. We start with Councillor Radens.
Oh, hold on, we'll do the whole draw. Yeah.
Next is Councillor Turnbull.
Oh.
Councillor Siklis. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Flores. Councillor Fro. There's 2 left. One of you will be Mr. or Miss Congeniality.
It's not supposed to be till 10:30.
Councillor Burton. And we close coincidentally with Ward 10, Councillor Bezo.
You do one amendment at a time, right? Or you do all of them?
Depends how much time you take. You might want to do a couple in your first round and then.
Okay, so I've had a couple questions on a break. So before we get started, if everybody is okay, we could take our, it will be our 15-minute break early. So if everybody is amenable to that, we could take a 15-minute break now. Councillor Fro?
Yeah, rookie question. But having conferred with my rookie colleagues, just a point of clarification. So when it's your turn to speak, if you did have an amendment is that the time when you would introduce the amendment, then we deliberate the amendment? Is that how the process will work to the clerk?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, that's correct, Councillor. Everyone will, when it's their turn to speak, will speak. You can take your 5 minutes and speak about the budget. Perhaps you have no amendments you wish to make. But if you do wish to make an amendment, I would respectfully suggest that you make it very clear. I've reviewed the budget, and I would like to move an amendment as follows, and then read the script or the notes that you have that will say, I move, the mayor will then ask for a seconder, and that will start the 3-minute clock on the amendment.
And then members here will have, just looking for, to make sure I understand it, we'll have 3 minutes to speak to how we feel about the amendment and/or to ask administration questions on the implications of the amendment?
Yes. During that 3 minutes, you can spend it asking administration or the mover of the amendment, if it's not clear what he or she wants, or you could just talk about it in general, but you have to stick to the subject matter at hand of the amendment.
So we can engage the member bringing forward the amendment in this particular case?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple more clarifying questions. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
So I guess everybody takes their turn, you go around, and so is it kind of like one amendment at a time as we go around?
Sorry, through you, Mayor, it's likely that you can do 2 or 3 perhaps amendments. It depends on how quickly you want to move through it.
Yeah.
There may be people amongst your colleagues who don't have any comments to make on your amendment. They may like it or they may not, but they may choose not to speak. So it can move as fast, it will just be organic.
And just to be clear too, if an amendment is on the floor, the end result is I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, we vote on the amendment, it passes or fails. So that, just to know, that's the outcome of that dialogue.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
So if you move more than one amendment in your 3 minutes, does each amendment then get time?
Okay, just to make it clear, within your 5-minute allotment at any time, you can make a singular amendment. That then starts the clock at 3 minutes. When that amendment is considered and then voted on, we then return to the time remaining, and if you've got 4 minutes left on your main time, then you have time to introduce another amendment, and 3 minutes starts. We always keep the time, you always retain the time. It doesn't expire when you're talking to an amendment.
So you can introduce an amendment, then talk to the amendment, and then introduce another amendment?
After there's been a vote on that amendment.
All right, so you can do all of them.
Okay, so let's take our 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:31. Okay, we're running a little behind, so I'll get folks to take their seats, please. Okay, call us back to order. Okay, so Councillor Radens, you get to do a little extra work for us here. So I will ask if you can move recommendations 1 to 4 of the report to the floor.
That, please.
Okay, and I'll get a seconder, please. Councillor Turnbull, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Radens, it is now your time to speak to the general operating and capital budget. You will have 5 minutes to speak in this first round, during which you may ask questions of administration, speak to the general operating and capital budget, and or move amendments to the floor related to the general operating and capital budget. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say thank you for administration for putting forward the budget and for all the work that went into said budget. And so I'm going to start off right away into my motion, and I'm going to put forward the motion regarding REAL, that the Regina Exhibition Association Limited reduce by 1.5 million, resulting in a total approved funding of $11,015,224. And so can I get a seconder for that, please?
So just before,
Oh,
I just
sorry.
want to comment that I think we were trying to get the folks from Real back here. So I wonder if,
Okay, so we want to wait.
yeah, is that the one amendment that you have?
No, I have two.
Okay, so maybe, do you want to start with the second? Yeah, just to put that one on hold to start, and then that way we give Real an opportunity to make it into the chambers here. Would that be okay? Yeah, yes,
Okay.
we'll start the clock again. Okay, so I've been advised too, if everyone was agreeable, we could also go to Councillor Turnbull first, if you wanted to start with your real motion. So there's two options. We could defer to Councillor Turnbull, or you could look at your second amendment. It's all in the interest of giving Real an opportunity to come here, so that way you and others could ask questions of Real with respect to that amendment. So whichever you'd prefer.
For the sense of diplomacy, then I think, yes, let's do that. And so I'll go to my other
Okay.
motion then, if that works?
Yep, you
Thank
betcha.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so for the, this motion is that $1 million be approved for new playground design, construction, and related equipment, with funding reallocated by reduced tourism funding of $562,000 and the balance of $438,000 for senior out-of-scope staffing reductions. I need a seconder, please, for that.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, second. Okay, and so now you get your 3 minutes to speak to that amendment, Councillor Radens.
Okay, so after going through the budget, I noticed that tourism was budget was increased to $937,000. And so that was a doubled from the previous year. And so I'm just putting forward that motion for us to be good stewards, and we need to look at where to save, and not that I honestly want to see losses, and, but as heavy as, we all spoke about account affordability. And so we need to figure out where we need to be good stewards with our funds. And we did have delegates that came and also spoke to, having a lot of out-of-scope staff in administration. And so we need to look at how we can be better stewards with our monies. And thank you, that's it for me.
Okay. Any questions for Councillor Radens or administration with respect to that particular proposed amendment? Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Councillor, I agree with the spirit and intent of your motion. What I'm worried about is the implications without having the time to have done the planning, and I certainly support enhanced playground design. My hope, however, is that we can do that with administration and embed that work in an existing policy and plan. So the question then is to administration, if this were to pass, can you talk about the implications, both by way of tourism, but perhaps also to the out-of-scope reductions, because we're quite prescriptive with the words reductions. We're not speaking about the allocation to human resources more broadly. We're specifically speaking to reducing out-of-scope staff. So if you could let us know, please, the implications with that. Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair. Just in terms of an overall, so while it appears in the budget book that there's a big increase to tourism, the majority of that cost is just a reallocation from other budgets. So city administration has been finding ways to become more efficient by amalgamating different areas into different senior leaders. So we have less senior management, less out-of-scope staff. And that increase, while it appears as an increase in the budget book, and this occurs in several different areas, is simply us moving budget around. So for us, for city operations, we're asking for $6 million more on a total of $544 million. So our raises in our contracts don't cover that. So most of the stuff where you're seeing increases, I just want to caution that it's actually just, it appears to be more in tourism because it's taken out of another department that we no longer have. So I just wanted to preface that first. Then I'm going to pass it off to my colleagues to talk first about tourism and then about the out-of-scope staffing. And then Deb about playgrounds. So first we'll go to Ms. Johnson.
Okay,
Hi, thank you, and through the chair. Further to that, just a little more detail so that you understand the implications. There was a reallocation. The Community Investment Grant Fund was moved. So that's $375,000. So that's for events, conventions, and trade shows. It's a hosting grant that was just in another area that's moved into tourism now. We did that move to create efficiencies because what was happening when tourism first moved into the city was that it was coming to both tourism to review and the events, conventions, trade show area to review, and then we were making a recommendation on funding for various things like a volleyball tournament or a Briar or things like that. So that's a significant chunk of that money. The other increases, just to total that 937 as you referenced, just so you understand, the salaries and all the supporting costs for the staff when tourism was first moved into the city. It came with 7 FTEs and $910,000, and after we scoped all of the positions in the city, they were scoped slightly different than at Real, just a different structure, and so that accounts for about $300,000 for salaries and supporting costs like anything else that goes with that, benefits, that sort of thing. And then the last small increase, this is actually a good news story, and I'm quite excited about it. The Regina Hotels Association agreed that if we could show an increase in our budget of tourism, they value that so much that they would match it to the tune of $250,000. But we have to show an increase of at least $250,000, not including just the transfer of the budget, the ECT one, but an actual net increase, and they will match that after budget. So that will allow us to do a lot more promotion, marketing, and hopefully bring more people to the city and more events to the city.
I think, Ted, you were going to speak to, yeah. Go ahead.
Through the chair is
Mr.
going
Slick.
to cover the people costs of Councillor Fro's question. So if I'm looking at is that 438? My eyes aren't as young as the rest of me. I think it's 438. In around, there it is on that screen, it's better. That's approximately 3 FT. It would be just shy of 3 FT if we take an average out of scope employee, and I mean average, there's higher and lower and all that type of stuff, but generally speaking, to get that savings, you'd need to eliminate 3 out of scope positions using an on average to get there. You would, if those positions are currently staffed, you'd have to deal with transition costs, including severance and other, which would be, again, on average, to do that, you'd be somewhere 175 to 250,000, not each, but in total, in this year to get that. And then, of course, you'd have to deal with it, depending on where those positions were, you'd have to deal with any deferred or canceled work or whatever responsibilities those people were doing. So if they were empty and intended to be filled this year, then of course you'd have to deal with intended work and what might that do with it. But from a straight up economic cost, assuming an average out of scope employee in the position, those would be the average costs we'd be looking at.
Okay, and Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Wyszynski. So we are currently doing an assessment of our playgrounds and parks and doing a review. And so in 2026, we'll be doing a plan to advance the development or reconstruction of our playgrounds. I never thought I would say this publicly, but the reality is, if we were given additional funding in 2025, we wouldn't actually be able to deliver additional playgrounds in 2025. The resourcing, the ability to do the planning and the design work, as well as actually just contract the playground equipment, just wouldn't be doable within this year. So in theory, we could, certainly our review in 2026 will be addressing how we fund and allot playgrounds as well as the accessibility of playgrounds. And so, yeah. So while we appreciate this, I think it would be more relevant for 2026.
Through the chair, it could be, I'm not sure, but it could be that there might be discussion through the budget cycle on how we hire and how we allocate resources for staff. Is it the preference of administration that we be prescriptive in our motions, or that we at a high level speak about what we aim to accomplish and let administration figure out the specifics and implications of that?
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's a hard question to answer because it, in some ways, if it's specific, we can speak very specifically to the implications. If it's more general, it gives us the opportunity to make suggestions, but I will also say that on the floor of council is likely not where we will make our best leadership decisions. I would also say that when we're looking at salary and FTE numbers, that because we're already a quarter of the way through the year, I would argue that that doesn't equal 3 FTEs, it actually would equal 4.5-ish. And so if you are being very specific about trying to reduce tied to actual FTEs, keep in mind that we're already a quarter of the way through. And so to realize dollar cost savings, you would have to cut more FTEs than just what the salary is.
Thank you. In closing, I will be supporting, moving forward, as I suspect many of my colleagues will, increase fundings for playgrounds. And if I understand correctly, there needs to be some planning work before that happens. I also understand that there was largely a reallocation of funding, but that reallocation helped us leverage an extra $250,000 in the Regina Hotel Association, and that money is used to attract major events and trade shows and conventions that enrich our community. And I think moreover, just generally speaking, I'm uncomfortable with being prescriptive with anything that results in job layoffs at a time when there's a lot of economic uncertainty in our community. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I second this motion. Having been the longest in the chair here at council, I've watched tourism move from EDR to REAL to now the city operations formally. Of course, with the debacle that happened with REAL, part of the thinking to get it back to the city was efficiencies and the availability of a larger administration to take some of the expenses from tourism and make it operate better for less money. I appreciate the explanation of the ratcheting effect of the $250,000 investment through the Hotels Association. I appreciate the partner. We need that going. I value that very much. One of the other worries when this move was made was about the employees and the footprint of employees. You mentioned it came with 7 FTEs. What's the staffing and complement now? How's it running? Is it more, less? It had a big budget increase. Did we have more people on the ground too?
Question, and through the chair, right now we are actually running less than the full complement of FTEs. However, we do have a couple of part-time casual staff members who work both at City Hall and at the airport in the front counter ambassador spaces so that we could provide in-person services to visitors who are visiting our city and want help planning their trip or have questions for us. We are, though, in the process of filling all 7 of the FTEs, so we hope to be fully staffed this year with that full complement.
Appreciate that. The second part of this motion was about the thinning out of scope management, going from 7 to 4, not actually having org charts as part of the orientation. There's an impression that there's been a large growth in out of scope management to cover full-time employees. So that was the second part of why I seconded this motion. I guess as we go through the budget deliberation, just wanted to say that openly, that that's a thought that's kind of been realized, and that's why the intent was there. So with the explanation of the playgrounds, I'll leave it up to Councillor Radins to make the decision, but I thought I should explain my rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Radins, I was just wondering if there was any specific items that you were looking for the $1 million to be allocated to?
That's for you. I'm sorry, I was kind of, sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry. Through the chair, I was just looking for some clarification upon if there was any specific purposes for the $1 million, any specific locations, any specific tasks or objectives that you were looking to achieve with this allocation.
Yeah, so there's been some concerns regarding playgrounds in north and north in uplands specifically. So there's an area that was developed, and these folks, when it was developed, or they started development, they were promised and they were told that they were going to get a playground, okay? And so through my last round of campaigning, I heard the same thing, and I heard the same thing this time around. And so I've had quite a few folks reach out to me with concerns about what are those sprinkled pads or whatever they're called. And so so that's kind of where I thought reallocating the funds if we can. And certainly that's one of the reasons. And one of the things is this budget book. We received this budget book, and it has a playground, and it's great, and Regina looks awesome, and you know, and I mean, I'm proud to be part of this city, but this was first and foremost on my, and I mean, I certainly have booked appointments to have conversations with staff regarding that, and I thank you for that, though I think we still need to put that as somewhat of a priority, because currently in the budget, you can't build a playground that's gonna cost $250,000 to $500,000 on the budget that's proposed here. You would have to combine 4 years' worth of $175,000. And so we'd get a playground in 4 years? It makes no sense. So that's why.
So it's for some specific, through the chair, for some specific ones within your ward there. I guess to the administration, is there a, through the chair, is there a, we're going to be moving into a strategic planning for next year in that cycle. Would some of these items then come up during that strategic planning cycle? And are there upcoming dollars perhaps planned in the fiscal year 26 that might address some of these park requirements in Ms. Radon's ward? Or Ms. Bragg?
Go ahead, Ms. Braden.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Bashinsky. So I won't speak specifically to the strategic conversations. I'll refer that to Ms. Anderson, but I will speak specifically to Councillor Radon's mention of what I think she's referring to as Goldman Park. So when we take on, or when there is new development in the city, the developers build out their houses, etc., and they build in parks. And those parks are the responsibility of the developer to build, and eventually we take over the maintenance once things have, grass has taken root and trees, etc. In the case of Goldman Park, the developer, so phase 1 of that park has been developed. Unfortunately, the play structure for that park is in phase 2, which they have not advanced. There's still some residential lots and stuff available up in that area, and so they have not advanced phase 2 of that park. So that park would not be paid, or that play park would not be paid for by the city's capital budget, just for clarification.
So just to follow on to that, so in essence, if we spent on it, we'd be spending taxpayers' dollars that would then usurp what was originally planned to be spent by the developer to get that phase 2?
Thank you, through the chair. In essence, if we did, we would be spending taxpayers' dollars on something that the developer would be paying for eventually as that park builds out. This is not a practice that the city does. We would focus our dollars on maintenance and refurbishing of our 150 existing playgrounds and play structures throughout our city.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Radon's, Councilor Radon's, is there an urgency right now to get it there this really quick? Is there a community outcry, or can it wait until there's the developer's scheduled plan to do that as part of the next phase?
Okay, so in Kensington Greens, thank you for the question. What I'm aware of is since these folks have been asking for 10 years. Now, granted, I know we're not going to build a playground this year or next year, but it's something that we need to work with and certainly try to get that into place. So I know it's not going to happen this year or next year. I realize that, but.
Thank you.
Okay. Have got a little bit of time left, just a bit. Just last question. Okay, so through the chair, is there guidelines that say when various add-ons such as parks or other amenities that are added by the developer need to be completed? I kind of have some frustration sometimes that some of those things drag out and it's the very last thing they do, and perhaps do we have rules or any guidelines that suggest when they should be introduced in the cycle within a development time scale?
Thank you, through the chair. So we certainly work with developers on how we can best advance parks and playgrounds in our neighborhoods, and I would say we've had more recent conversations about that type of thing. And in this particular case, we have talked with a developer. I met with them out there last summer to talk about some of the things that we might be able to advance, or that he may be able to advance and provide assistance on with design, for example. But in this particular case, that hasn't proceeded. In terms of whether or not we can direct which phases they develop or what they develop in their first phases, we can't really do that, but we certainly encourage them, because things like play structures and playgrounds, spray paths, or whatever those amenities might be, help them to sell their development to folks, because people want to live where there are playgrounds and play structures and things like that. So
One more follow-up, if my vote, I'm good, but if, okay, so last question is, do we track such items that, not that I want to crack the whip on a developer that they got to have it right away year one or year two, but if a developer is always the one who's dragging it out to the last moment, I would like to know those types of things, so when some developer comes along for the next thing and we say, yeah, we're reasonable, but every time you're dragging things out to the most, and maybe we won't be as agreeable or amenable to various developments, that it's a two-way street, that you commit to things and wait until the last absolute moment doesn't work for me.
yeah, so we manage these types of things through the servicing agreements that we enter into with the development, with the developers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this motion. Obviously, I'm very supportive of playgrounds, and there is a motion next week coming for that very thing, which hopefully can address some of this. I was wondering about, with noting that with the saying you'd have to lay off FTEs to get these out-of-scope staffing reductions, as was mentioned, there are possible vacancies. Are there vacancies that could maybe just not be filled to get this savings throughout? Is there vacancies that could just not be filled to get this savings for the senior out-of-scope staffing this year?
Go ahead, Ms.
Through the
Anderson.
chair, I would say in an organization our size, there's always vacancies. If we are actively posting, have them in the budget, and planning to hire, there would be work associated with those positions.
So it wouldn't necessarily have to be laying off an employee or severance package. It could simply just not be backfilling some positions.
Correct, and the work wouldn't get done. So like if you wanted a specific example, maybe if you want to talk about, JJ, that if you didn't fill the positions, what work wouldn't get done?
Sure, thank you, through the chair. First of all, I'll clarify that the tourism positions are in scope, so it's not directly related to the out-of-scope question. However, I do have an out-of-scope position right now that I'm in the midst of filling. It's the Director of Communications, because my current director is leaving in about 6 weeks. And so, you know, the implications of not filling an out-of-scope position like that is there's a huge volume of work and approvals that go through that person. That person oversees some managers and directs the work of those managers. And for communications, for example, we provide a lot of support to all of the branches in the city, and we talk directly to the public about anything that we as a city and you as council want to implement or change. The recent snowstorms are a great example. You know, we share information about snow clearing, we do news releases, we do social media posts, we're doing big ad planning right now, both internal communications and external marketing for construction season, so that we can help mitigate implications there. So that role for me handles a large volume of work, and it's a large volume of work that talks directly to the public. And that's just one example of the implications.
Okay, and then with respect to the moving of budgets of there's another department which went into tourism, which is why it's larger. And that similarly happened with the Indigenous file as well. Another department moved into there. I appreciate all the good work everyone's done to make this budget book. And it is a lot of work for us to follow along. Is there a supplemental document that you could help us show where these departments have merged and gone in different places, so that when we're looking at this, we can say, oh, this is higher because this department is here, instead of having to like chase the ball around? For example, with the Indigenous ones, I think it was the developing, it was the housing initiative which moved over, and then you had to kind of go backwards to find out where the surpluses and things are. Is there any way that that supplemental document could be provided to show where all these mergers and monies are going, so we know why some departments are bigger and some are smaller, and so we can follow the ball a little bit better?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair, Mayor. Good question. I'm new as well, so appreciate some of the complexities. I will say all of that stuff is in the budget book, so the difficulty is, I think there's roughly 18,000 data points in the budget book, and so there's constantly things moving and constantly things changing. It's hard to have sort of that summary look that says, well, here's all the changes, because here are all the changes in the 200 pages of the budget book. And so I think for us, it's just about having these dialogues, asking the questions, so that we can make sure that we're all on the same page. I'll definitely take this back to my team and go, okay, how can we better for next time explain things like that? If we're moving budgets from one area to another, do we want to have a section that shows that, or can we have something? Point taken, I guess.
Yeah, it is very difficult to say, oh, this budget isn't here, what do you want to change over to find it, when you're basically chasing this ball around. And I think it's possibly unfair to certain portfolios to say, oh, look, you've doubled, but the explanation isn't necessarily there. So I know this is our first round, and I know it would be a lot of work to get it done, but it would be a lot easier for us to do our job if we actually knew where the surpluses and deficits are through all the merging and reorganizations. And then I guess my last question would be, well, no, I don't need any more questions. I'm up next, so.
Okay, Councilor Mancinelli, I understand you have a clarification, because I know you've already spoken, but it's just a clarification, right?
Yeah, and I promise we won't go on and on. So when we first went up there, I took it as 1 million towards playgrounds. With the administration's answer, it was only dealing with new playgrounds, and being that it was Councillor Radin's motion, I didn't want to step in on it. When I read it, I took it as $1 million towards our playgrounds, not just new ones that had to be designed and built. I thought that could be for towards retrofitting old playgrounds that need refurbishment. I know I have home school associations and community associations that are asking for grant money. I'm wondering if that could be used in that fashion, and if it was intended in that fashion, or if it was only for new playgrounds built in new areas. Depending on that clarification will kind of hinge on how I vote on this.
So, yeah, thank you. So I would be willing to make an amendment to the motion so that the funding does not just go to new playgrounds, but to exactly what Councilor Mancinelli is proposing, is that we move it to the schools and community associations.
A refurbishment fund.
Sorry?
As well, like a refurbishment fund for, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I'll look to the clerks to capture that first.
That's what I want to put the amendment on. Can I speak to it?
So council, through you, Mayor, so to Councillor Mancinelli and Councillor Radens, are you wanting a specific mention with respect to this fund for playgrounds in schools and community associations? I heard that, or I'm just not clear.
Yeah, well, once again, funding towards playground rebuild or refurbishment, and I mentioned the schools and community associations because they seem to be the organizers who are reaching out to ask for it.
Yes.
If there's a better way for community organizations or entities.
Okay.
Right.
Is that what's on there now, if you look at the screen?
Can I speak to that as well?
Yes, because the amendment's been changed, so go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
So next week's playground motion says investigate options to create or utilize an existing grant program or community groups for upgrading or creating new playgrounds to meet the Regina Accessible Park Guideline. My recommendation would just be to make that match this so that next week's motion and this one go hand in hand.
So we start a funding stream towards it.
So yeah, so like the funding for next week's motion can almost be immediate with this, I guess. And so the motion for next week says, grant program for community groups who are upgrading or creating new playgrounds to meet the Regina Accessible Park Guideline. And it says include stakeholder engagement to understand effective financial incentives and groups. So that's in the motion next week on Wednesday. So if you made it match, it would marry.
I have no problem with that. My only question is, would it only be sidelined towards accomplishing change-ups for accessibility, or could it be used for retrofitting as well?
Well,
if you're retrofitting, you're going to be change-up for accessibility, so they fit hand in hand.
So retrofitting for...
Or refurbishing, I guess, sorry.
Refurbishing, retrofitting new parks are all done to the Accessible Park Guideline, and that's already current.
Let me let the clerk speak to kind of the alignment between the two.
Thank you, Mayor. This is getting very complicated. What I would respectfully suggest is that if the motion is made, if this amendment is passed, then you potentially have a funding stream, and you can reference it when the motion that Councillor Turnbull is bringing forward to a future council meeting on playgrounds, link it at that time.
Okay.
If this amendment is defeated, then it's done and we move on. And Councillor Turnbull's motion being discussed at the future council meeting will need to stand on its own at that time.
Yeah, I have Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Yes, just to administration, you mentioned earlier that if you were given more funds, that wouldn't change your ability to do anything in this year with parks. Could you elaborate a bit more on that and why?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Bashinsky. Thank you for that question, Councillor Flores. I would like to take this opportunity to provide some clarity, certainly in regards to playgrounds at schools. The city does not pay for the redesign or redevelopment of playgrounds at schools. That is a responsibility of the school boards. Secondly, we have 150 playgrounds of our own that do not meet necessarily our accessibility standards. So we are in the process of doing an inventory, if you will, of the status of all of our playgrounds, and then we will be creating a plan so that we can actually go about bringing those playgrounds up to our accessibility standards. And that's why extra funding next year would be more helpful in terms of actually being able to spend it on a playground. There's a lot of design work that goes into creating playgrounds. We have to consider the park space, whether it's accessible, all of those types of things, and we are just not in a position to do that at this point in time. We don't have a proper strategy to address all of our playgrounds and bringing them to accessibility standards.
So in that regard, it's a timeline issue, not necessarily you don't need the resources at this point. They would be better utilized next year. Now, to Councilor Mancinelli's point of supporting schools and community associations. Supporting community associations and schools to refurbish or construct playgrounds. I'm not sure if that's to Councilor Mancinelli or to Councilor Radens. I'm just trying to get it, because I do support, I think we do need to invest in our neighborhoods and playgrounds and create all of that. But I'm thinking strategically, would this make more sense to work alongside Councilor Turnbull's motion next week?
Through the chair,
Go ahead,
so
Ms.
if you could provide some clarity on your question.
Sorry, I think that was to Councilor, Councilor, not you.
Thank you.
So I think it's more the sense of, I do support this. I think it's just given that administration has given some explanation as to the implication of their timelines in relation to resource allocation and what Councilor Mancinelli brought in terms of supporting community associations and the motion that Councilor Turnbull is bringing forward. Would this be better suited to bring in the future, and would you be amenable to that, Councilor Radens?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Council Flores. So I think what the angst maybe is where we're taking the funding from to reallocate. Okay, so I'm gonna look at throwing this, just revising it to say, give admin the opportunity to figure out where to get the funding from to do the work on the playground. Okay? Is that what you got? Okay, thank you. Okay, I like it.
Are you still keeping the amendment?
So, yeah, I'm gonna just look at.
Okay, so essentially what I'm seeing is, so this has changed in a way that it's basically throwing it over to admin to say, find $1 million for playgrounds through schools, community associations. So essentially putting the onus on admin to say, here's what we want to do, and up to them to find that. And just to be clear, so that's for this budget, to find $1 million this year. Because I think I just want to clarify, because what I heard from admin was the capacity to execute that is not there. So I just want to clarify that you still, regardless of what we heard, you still want to proceed with that.
Okay, so I think this probably could go forward to the next budget, which
Okay.
makes more sense to me. So certainly this one we can bring back. So, yeah. So, I mean, not for this budget, but for the next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, do you want to direct anything now, or do you want to pull this for now and save this for a later date to put forward?
Let's save this one for a later date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you want to pull this one? I'll go to Councilor Mancinelli, because he was the seconder, so I'll let him.
Yes.
Totally fine with pulling this. I do have a question for clarity going forward, though. If we are directing administration to spend money on a budget that we're agreeing to with a fixed amount, don't we have to show in the budget where we would take the funds from? Wasn't that part of the whole deal?
Okay, so So you, sorry.
Great with having this pulled off the floor. You know, I'm fine with that decision going forward. My question was about, as we go through these budget debates, if we're asking for a spend, we have to associate with an increase asked to the residents, or vice versa, but we can't just have a go forward for a spend without an associated where it's coming from. So would that motion have been in order if we let it stand?
Yeah, so sorry, I'm just reading through it. So the last part, so this is proposing to look at this for the 2026 budget. So in that case.
Then it's fine.
So that, okay, so
Then it's fine, but if it was to the 2025 budget still, they would have to have a cost implication and change.
100%. So I guess I'll just go back to Councillor Radens, just to be clear. So we can either consider that now, this would direct for a 2026 budget, we can consider that now, we can do it at a later date. So basically we can vote on that now or at a later date.
Actually, I'd like to vote on it now because we're gonna move it forward anyways.
Okay.
Then I'm going to vote against it,
Okay,
right?
and
because we haven't finished 25, which is 26 yet.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just the motion as it stands right now, we're talking about $1 million refurbishment fund for playgrounds through schools, community associations, construction related to part of the 2026 proposed budget. Being it a 26 budget item,
Sorry, Councillor, I was
Thank you.
listening in. Can you repeat that,
yeah,
please?
being that this is a 26 budget item, you know, for the details and clarity about being 26 and we're talking about 25, the question is, are we going to put this into the 26 budget? Or are we going to have this on the 25 table right now? Right now, I think at 25 it's off the table, but are we putting this into 26? And is this the appropriate timing to put this into 26?
So we were just conferring on that. So I'll ask the clerk to clarify.
Yes, through you, Mayor. This is a relatively standard practice during any year's budget debate, that an amendment is put forward, then information comes forward from administration, and council members learn that maybe it won't work this year. So the directive here is nothing more than directing administration to identify where this $1 million might be part of next year's budget, which you'll be discussing in December. There's no guarantee. They will consider it. They'll tell you all the implications and what that means. So this is a relatively standard practice.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Okay, so if we're going to put this to 2026, then, if that's the discussion point at this point, part of our job around the council table is to ensure our communities and all of our wards have, you know, safe and good playgrounds, and we're bringing value. So this is a low investment to bring value to a neighborhood. So I support that. Like, we need to look at the investment, but I also have to say, you know, from what we're doing sitting around the table, is this the right timing to talk about it for the 25 discussion point versus the 26? So I would say at this point here, to have the consideration, just pushing this thing off completely to a later date for discussions, so we can have some more inputs. I know Councillor Turnbull has some more discussion points for next week, and I think if we're going to jump and have piecemeals of projects and components all over the place, we might be missing the bigger picture, where we could have some synergies in putting a bunch of items together coming up for future considerations into the 2026 budget year.
Yeah, so I think the key word is it's consideration. Nothing's finalized. And again, this stemmed from a recommendation for 2025. So that's procedurally, it lends itself to starting at 2025. And then now, as amended, now it's saying, let's consider this in the future. Nothing's finalized, so, and it is up to the mover at the end of the day if she wants to continue to have the vote today, which she's indicated. So so that's how we'll proceed on this one, and I will check and see if you have anything else to add on this particular amendment. Counselor? I just said if you have anything else to ask on this one. Okay, no, that's all good. Okay, Counselor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'll start with this. Did administration noted that playgrounds at schools are not funded through us at this point, right? So so would that piece of this amendment be considered problematic to administration through the chair?
Thank you so much for that question, Councillor Zahidniak. You are correct. The city does not fund the development of play structures within schools or school playgrounds. And so we do partner with community associations whenever possible to help support them in neighborhood development. So that part would be fine, but I would suggest perhaps we would consider taking the school part out of the motion.
Okay, so thank you. With that clarification to the mover, would you be amenable to removing schools from this motion?
Yes, please, because if it's not,
And-
it doesn't make sense.
And, did you?
No?
There's parents associations for schools that aren't community associations that have a need for that. So I don't know how you have a parent and school association that aren't the school board. They're all the students from the neighborhood's parents who are having to fundraise and get playgrounds going. So however we can group them, community association is a pretty formal, designation.
So do we put that in there instead?
Well, however we can capture that. I don't
What
know
if it
what
was
each individual
community?
one is called.
Could it be said, could community organizations?
Sure.
Perhaps, and I don't
Sure.
know if that works for administration.
Yeah, and like there again, there's lawyers that
And
can
the mover?
wordsmith intent, and I think the intent should be clear.
So, Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Mashinsky. So the city itself has over 150 playgrounds. That's outside of school playgrounds. We know that they do not meet our accessibility standards. And so those are two things to take into consideration. That if we're going to increase funding for playgrounds, that we would focus on the city-owned playgrounds, perhaps. And again, once we have a plan in place for how we tackle the inventory of playgrounds, that we could use that funding towards those playgrounds.
So what I'm hearing from administration is that this community associations is more comfortable for like what you think is an appropriate focus. Okay, so.
Through the chair, we could say city-owned playgrounds, or if we wanted to consider an additional, city-owned playgrounds might be the best.
To the mover.
Motion.
What are your thoughts on city-owned playgrounds?
Okay, so, yeah, that makes sense, because if we're not funding schools, playgrounds, it makes sense, right? So, but there are a lot of, so if we can still capture community associations, maybe it's a moot point, but they're the ones that are doing a lot of the work to do the fundraising for said for the play, or even updating and building playgrounds, so.
Okay, so I guess the seconder now needs to confirm.
Yeah, I can confirm that will work for the motion, but it doesn't mean that I can necessarily support it anymore. A lot of my playgrounds land on school grounds because of the way development happened in the city. So to take my 40-year-old schools and not have a funding mechanism, but it works for the motion, doesn't mean I have to support it.
Okay. Okay, now.
That makes sense.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to call a point of order that I don't think that we should be considering things. I've heard the rationale for the 2026 proposed budget. I feel like this opens up a wide plethora of things that we could now start putting into the 2026 budget. I do not feel that this is the appropriate time. I understand the clerk, and I guess the chair will have to make a ruling on this, but I'm saying, my point of order is I don't think things for the 2026 proposed budget should be in order. I'm concerned that that'll open things up way too wide. We could start putting all kinds of arbitrary things in the 2026 budget.
Okay, I'll get the clerk to respond to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things to point out through you, Mayor, to members of council. There are a number of amendments or motions in the budget report from admin that are in fact recommending things be deferred to 2026, so that is in order. And these organic motions that are amendments that are made by members of council that are for 2025, because that's what you understand, but when you hear from admin that there are implications or it cannot work, then the automatic thing is, okay, we'll push this to 2026. Yeah, I believe it's in order. I would respectfully say that it shouldn't take this long to decide. We've discussed it, we've heard information, it's not doable in 2025. Okay, let's get admin to consider this next year. It's because you raised a question for immediate implication this year, which you have learned doesn't work. But we wouldn't be entertaining an amendment from you that's speaking about something for 2028 that has no bearing. It's just because it arose during a 2025 budget discussion.
Is that your ruling as well, Mayor?
I think in this case, I will say, I think we need to be mindful about our amendments that we're bringing forward and the work that was done from administration, what can actually be impacted this year. I think we heard from Ms. Bryden specifically around the impact that can actually be had in 2025. We're already into March, so let's be mindful of how prescriptive and how detailed we want to be. At the end of the day, I think we need to be, just thoughtful of what we're bringing forward. Obviously, I think this is the first go-around, so I think we're all getting a sense of this, but we can see how much time we can take on one specific item, and we all know the dozens and dozens of services the city provides, and we could spend much more than a week on this. So I think let's just be mindful about what we're bringing forward. Councillor, I'll go back to you because you have the floor still.
So I won't challenge the chair and force a vote on this particular item, but I think that if this starts a chain reaction of folks continuing to propose things for the 2026 budget, that is what I would do, because we would never get out of here. So I support, I'm glad that, I support although I have questions about the process, I support what is up here. I had concerns about the initial allocation of the money, but I support certainly finding $1 million for a refurbishment fund for playgrounds, absolutely. And so the way that it's written, I can absolutely support this, and so I appreciate the iteration and am happy to support this amendment.
Through you, Mayor
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Bashinsky, it's just so I can provide some clarification to Councillor Mancinelli. When we bring this forward, what we could propose is potentially a grant program that would fund, if we propose this, that could fund community associations and parent associations. So we do work with those groups already to help develop playgrounds. So that would solve your, the comments around schools.
Okay, so I'm going to see if there's no other questions, I would propose we go to a vote. I think nearly everyone has spoken. Councillor Rasevich, do you have anything further to add?
We don't have a fund. I guess the question through the chair, we don't have a refurbishment fund in place already, I'm assuming? Do we have one?
Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Through the chair, we have a capital budget in place for playgrounds. However, we are going through a playground assessment, park and playground assessment, so that we can review all of our playgrounds and where they are at in terms of the equipment, accessibility, etc. And then we will be then we will develop a plan on how we approach the improvements of our existing playgrounds.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask one question for myself before I'll give it to Councillor Radens to close after. The way the amendment is written, is there anything problematic in administration's eyes in terms of investigating this dollar amount and timing?
The only, sorry, through you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Mayor Bashinsky, the only thing I would suggest is we maybe add parent associations as well as community associations on to the amendment.
Okay, and then Ms. Anderson, did you have something too, or?
Through you, Mayor, I think all I will say out loud is for clarity, and I guess for understanding, for consideration, as part of the 2026 proposed budget. I just want utter clarity on whether or not your expectation is that there is $1 million new for this, or if it just shows up as, here's something you need to discuss. And I'm going to say, as the city manager who got sued on day 21, it was for this exact thing. And so I want it to be utterly clear to myself and to administration, if your expectation is that in 2026, I deliver a proposed budget that has an additional $1 million already baked in, and or if it is fine to potentially have a 2026 proposed budget that does not have it, but has it as a line item for consideration.
So I'll go to Councillor Radens to clarify your thoughts on that.
Okay, so if, I think initially when we talked about this is to find the $1 million, and so it is in there. Find $1 million for the 2026.
So I guess to clarify, is that find in terms of if finding means there's no other areas to that admin determines that they want to pull from, does that mean that they can say, well, it's going to be an increase in the mill rate, or is it no increase, like finding with no increase? I guess I think it gives a clarification.
Okay, so I would like it to be found without a mill rate increase.
Through the chair, so then you really are deciding today decisions for your 2026 budget, one thing in isolation.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think this is the slippery slope that we're going to go down, and I think that we have to be cautious with this. So I feel that it might be prudent for us, instead of being as prescriptive, I know that we have another motion coming from Councillor Turnbull. I don't know if this is the path that we want to go down in taking every single dollar reallocation for this budget cycle. Okay, so for that reason, I'll just say from my comments, I don't want to support this because I don't want to set a precedent of us going line by line on these matters. So that, I'll just say that as my clarification. And given that I see no other lights on, I'm going to put it to Councillor Radens to close out, and then we will go to a vote.
Okay, so at this point, instead of going to a vote, what I will do is I'm going to look at withdrawing this and bringing it back forward for the 2026. So then we don't get into that muddy waters with mixing up the two budgets. Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to recognize this is the first go around. Thank you for everybody's patience in working through this. I think this is a new process for everybody. So I think it's important to recognize that. So we're learning a little bit as we go on this one. So thank you very much. Our first trial run. So let me just confer here. Okay, so with that, we'll okay, so Councillor Radens is pulling that particular amendment. Councillor Radens, it actually goes back to you, and I believe you had another amendment, and I know the team from Real is here, and I believe it was related to that, so I'll just check and see, Okay, so we'll get you to make the motion first, and then we would
Yeah.
bring them in to ask any questions.
All right. Okay, so, my second motion, well, you'll be the first for this one, that Regina Exhibition Association Limited, REAL, reduced by 1.5 million, resulting in a total approved funding of $11,015,224,000. And I need a seconder, please. Somebody second it.
Okay, Councilor Flores, seconder. Okay, so Councilor Radens, would you like Real to come down to the delegation booth to ask or respond, or to have ask any questions, sorry?
If they would like to, sure. Then at least they can.
I guess if you want them to, we can ask them. And then I guess if anybody else was to have questions of Real, then we would ask them to come down. If you don't right now, they don't have to come right now. You can speak to the amendment. And then, but if you do have questions for Real as part of that, you can ask them to come down.
Okay, so I really don't have any questions, though I know that other members of council do.
Yep.
So they may as well come.
Well, what we'll do is I'll let you speak, and then once we get to whoever has a question for them, if they do, I'll bring them down. So I'll let you start with your comments on your amendment.
Okay, thank you. So yesterday when Real was here and did their presentation, I asked a question about whether or not they'd be willing to come down $800,000 more for a total of $2 million. And I thanked them ahead of time for making that decision to come down $1.2 million. And so the rationale for putting this additional forward is the community, let's face it, the community has a huge concern about Real, and understanding that we do need to make an adjustment, and this does affect our mill rate. I've had a lot of folks reach out, as everyone here has, about Real and talking about affordability. Again, I come back to the affordability piece in that people in our community are struggling, these times are difficult. And so, and we've also put forward a motion for Real to look at how we want to move forward and whether they'd be dissolved, whether they'd be absorbed by the city, and a few conversations. And so we just need to be, again, I'm going to come back to being good stewards, as well as looking at how we can not impact our residents with a 8.5 mill rate. And so I propose, so this is, again, I'm just going to say, thank you folks for being here and presenting. And $800,000 was not, I'm coming down to 300,000. So if we, and that's about it. And that's just for us to be good stewards and making sure we're taking care of our residents, and also not taxing them, over the top. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Radens. I'm going to open it up to anybody on council that may have questions on this amendment. Councilor Fro, go ahead.
I'd like to invite Real, if I can, procedurally to come and answer my question.
Yeah, you betcha. The members of Real could come to the delegation table. And then just for the record, if you guys could please introduce yourselves.
Amy Bolt, Chair of the Real Board. And from Regina.
Good morning, Robert Engel, Acting President and CEO for Real from Regina.
Okay, Councilor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. We're undertaking an analysis as a city through administration to look at long-term options for Real, which, as you know, include potential dissolution as municipal corporation or supporting a long-term strategic plan that sees viability and exceptional public service, and you've been working really hard on that. If we're honest with ourselves, those assets belong to the people of Regina, and we've taken care with them with duct tape. And so, my question is, we all have an expectation of fiscal stewardship for real, as we do with any entity that receives city dollars. So my question is, what does this $300,000 reduction do, if any, to your ability to take care of the assets that belong to the people of Regina and execute the plan you're working on, which is ideally a path to viability?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Great question, and through the chair. So an additional $300,000 as shared with council yesterday potentially may put an impact or have an impact on Real to move this organization forward. One thing I wanted council to understand is we've budgeted $2 million for repairs and maintenance. I mean, repairs and maintenance has always been something we use to help manage to hit our bottom line. We're spending less now than we did 10 years ago. And it comes down, for repairs and maintenance, and it really does come down to balancing that act. And so, although, $300,000 could potentially impact us, we're more than happy to try and make it work as best we can. But there is potentially an impact on services and repairs and maintenance.
So you may not be able to answer this, so please don't, if you can't, that's fine. But if you had to speak to where that $300,000 would come from, is it coming from operating funding, capital funding, cash flow reserve? Where would that today, in your best estimation, come from? Understanding that you've spoken to us already at a high level about this, and you've outlined the implications and consequences, which mean you may need to come back. But if you could speak to that for me, please.
Yeah, so great question, and through the chair. I wouldn't be comfortable actually specifically stating whether it would come from operating cash flow or possibly even debt. As shared with council yesterday and in the past, our debt funding request from last year's budget actually was less this year simply because of the interest rates. And so, maybe there's an opportunity to work with city administration as to how that reduction gets allocated, and it's a fluid movement. But right now, at this point in time, I would struggle to firmly state whether it's going to be either cash flow or operating, either one, right?
And I think through the chair, I think also just to add to that, we'd be looking at managing to a bottom line. And so whatever bucket, of those 4 buckets that we have, whatever we can pull from to cross over. So if we do have higher repairs and maintenance, we might have to pull from someplace else, or, create, wherever the opportunity is to create some kind of, to get to the 11.2 is what we would do.
So through the chair, I hear you say you're open to that. And I've also heard you tell us before that there is a potential later this year you may need to come back for support. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Real and its board of directors compared to City Council, there's a greater expectation on Real to operate in an entrepreneurial spirit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And small business guy, never came from nothing, had to build it all. You mentioned yesterday you're operating off your ins and outs. So what that basically means is you got a little bit of a pot of money built. Your expenses come in your receivables, and right now you got more receivables than expenses, so you have some money in your account to kite through. Is that correct?
Correct. Through the chair, you're correct.
And with that, $4 million out of this ask is to make that account bigger, so you have a little bit more breathing room in that account. $4 million is how you're operating for the next year off this ask for your ins and outs, correct?
Through the chair, correct. It's not about, really what it does, Councillor Mancinelli, is it prevents us from exceeding our current operating line. Yeah. So we have a maximum operating line of 6.8 million. This 4 million allows us to hover just above that 6.8 million. So we're not actually creating any more of a reserve. We continue to hover at that maximum limit.
Yeah, you're taking back from the top. You've been operating 500,000 above it currently, and you'd like to put more distance between you and that mark. That's correct?
Absolutely, through the chair,
So
yes.
I'm understanding you.
Yeah.
Okay, and this budget's set on previous year's budgets because you got to build on what you know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Totally supportive of Real. I want nothing but success. I appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit, and I think you have the right board of directors this year to achieve that. Looking at this proposal and the ask, of your original ask, I understand your budgeting and your direction. This is Regina. It's a tough town, and to be an entrepreneur, you got to be tough. And operating off your ins and outs and how you've been doing it so far with the $500,000 buffer is very stressful. So I can appreciate wanting $4 million between you and that exit. But my residents are feeling a lot of stress right now, and they need a champion to buy in with them and earn through it. So I'm about to propose a friendly amendment that the budget ask from Real be reduced by $3.1 million. And with that, I'd like to say that having been on council for a while, I have your back. I want Real to succeed. I've seen this council gather for decisions concerning Real within 24 hours. And should something happen later in the year, because you described this as being a problem that hits later in the year when you get a little bit tighter, I will attend whatever I need to make sure things are solvent and proper. But right now, in the economic times my residents are experiencing, I can't give you that much of a buffer at the cost of their savings accounts. I need the entrepreneurial spirit to come through. And I have more confidence than ever, considering what you reported back from this week's concert event. So,
Councillor, I think the clerk wants to say something here.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councillor Mancinelli, Councillor Radden's motion is essentially to reduce the funding by an additional $300,000.
Yeah.
What are you asking for?
I would like to propose a friendly amendment that we reduce the total budget ask to Rio by 3.1 million, equaling out to roughly 9.5 million by the time the dust settles, or 1% mill rate reduction for the residents of Regina from the projection. Right
So
now,
instead-
we've got about a 0.5% mill rate reduction. I want it to be 1%.
Okay, we just need to do some math here. Real has come forward with 1.2 million in a voluntary reduction. Councillor Radens has indicated she would like another 300,000 to take it to 1.5. You are saying you would like the aggregate to be 3 million, which is essentially another 1.8 million.
3.1 total aggregate.
Okay, so an additional 1.6 million.
For an aggregate of a 1% mill rate reduction from the original ask.
Okay. I think I've got this, if you'll bear with me. Real has come forward with 1.2 million voluntarily. Councillor Mancinelli is looking to Councillor Flores to say, actually bring this up to another 1.8 to the equivalent of a mill rate point of 3.1 million. Now, that is a significant deviation, but if Councillor Flores agrees to it, if Councillor Radens agrees to that, it's not that it's friendly, it's nice, it's bad or indifferent, it's just that she agrees to it because she's the mover.
That's what would make it friendly, is she would agree to it, otherwise it doesn't move that way.
So Councillor Radens, it is up to you. If you want to have your amendment read for a total of 3.1, which is an additional 1.9 million, we would just say that the budget be reduced by a further 1.9 million.
Okay, so can
Has
we
to say
get a
by a
clarification
further-
on the math?
And then I think we need to clarify this because people will not understand this. After 1.9, in addition to the $1.2 million revised budget request of Real, so everybody understands that this would be $3.1 million reduction.
It's a 1.8. Can we get a clarification on the math? Because
Well,
yeah, I'm sorry, but it's okay. They're coming down to 1.2 million. I'm asking for 0.3, and you're saying it's 1.6. It's 1 point.
I think part of it is because we're taking into consideration their original 1.2.
Right.
Right. So I think I see Ms. Anderson waving her arm. So
Through the mayor, I might suggest for simplicity that you say reduce it by 3.1 million from the original budget submitted on whatever date the
That
original
works.
budget was submitted, and that way you're not all doing math. So refer to the budget that was submitted initially, whatever date that was.
Which is actually just leave it.
I'm sorry. We haven't even talked about our savings or general fund yet. We might have the money in there.
Okay, so we'll get the number up there, but yeah, so it would read, based on Councilor Mancinelli, it would be 3.1 from the original as opposed to yours, which was 1.5.
Is it a friendly amendment?
Yeah. Because we're nearly $1 million on that.
So Councilor Radens, that would be to you to, yeah.
That is the original.
It was 12.
You do not have to accept that as friendly. You can make an amendment to, you don't have to accept it. You can leave yours at 300,000, and you can make an amendment to your amendment to increase it by a further 1 point.
Okay, so then if we took it to the 2 million, right, that's what I'm thinking, I would like.
I think we should just take a break.
I think so. Let's do that.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch to figure this out. So we're going to break now. We'll be back at 12:46. Okay, we're gonna get started in a minute here. If I can get people to take their seats. Not you. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you, sorry for the delay. So before we're at break, we're Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to call an in-camera discussion with ELT, the executive leadership team, and the director and CEO of Real.
Okay, hey, hang on, I'm gonna let the clerk speak first. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Bezo has moved that you go in camera. Because the board chair and the acting CEO of Real are representing the City of Regina's municipal corporation, it would be appropriate for them to remain in. So I believe the request is also concurrent that the gallery be completely cleared at this time with the exception of ELT and the representatives from Real.
Point of clarification.
Councillor Zakinyak?
So where I remember things being left
Don't worry about
before
it.
we went on lunch was there was a question of whether there would be a friendly amendment. And so what I now see here is so that's what I need
Yeah.
clarity on. So I feel like we skipped over that.
Yeah, we'll be able to get back to that, just, I understand what you're saying. We'll get back to the amendment component. This is prudent, and we're gonna deal with this, and then we'll come back to that.
But don't you think that might inform our in-camera discussion, whether we're talking about 3.1 million or 1.2 or something else?
Yeah, that's what the in-camera's for. We'll
Okay,
trust the process.
sure.
Can I get a seconder for that, to move to in-camera? Councillor Fro, thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we'll get back, first off, I just want to make clear, no decisions were made during the in-camera session. All right, okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Mancinelli now, and then we'll continue through the speaking order from there. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Okay, well, just to bring the narrative up to play here, when we left, I was asking for a $3.1 million reduction instead of Councillor Radden's currently $1.2 million up on the board. I thought that was a smart ask, but after receiving a little bit of information from Real, I have more belief in their budget. They're quite in control of the situation. I'm comfortable with voting on the amendment as Councillor Redden's brought it forward. And I understand that my addition was maybe too healthy of an ask to put over and above with the pressures Real might be facing. Thanks for the information.
Thank you, Councillor. So I will continue through anybody else who may have a question. I see Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so regarding the motion that is on the floor, as we know, 1.2 million is what you folks voluntarily brought forward. The request is, I guess, what is your position in terms of being asked to reduce your budget by an additional $300,000 this year? Can you do it? What are your thoughts?
Through the chair, and I'm going to let Jamie jump in at some point in time, but, you know, Real is very grateful for what you're recommending, and we will do our very, 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 very best to, you know, achieve that additional reduction of 300,000. Again, can't stress enough, there's risks. You never know what's coming down the pipeline. We've got 9 months left for this year. That the year looks really, really good, and I think we've got a great opportunity, but at the same time, you know, just want to make sure council understands there potentially is risk, but we will do our very, very best.
And just to add to that through the chair, I think, you know, there are creative options that have been tabled before. Councillor Siklis brought up some of the shared cost, that the opportunity potentially, you know, water was one suggestion, insurance is another that flows through, that the city bills us for a part of our insurance. So we would be interested in exploring some of those options. We may see opportunity as well in the debt refinancing that, which is going to be undertaken, I think, in the next couple of months with Real and the city. So there is opportunity there. It's just those unknowns, and we don't want to be sitting here again, hat in hand. But I think you're all really well aware that we might be. And again, we might have been anyway if something happened around the Capitol. And so I think, you know, this is clear and transparent around, you know, there are some risks, but I think we do have some opportunities to maybe look at ways we can partner with the city in different ways to cover some of this off. So okay. We're really open to those conversations and would like to have them.
That's great. And you mentioned today some potential revenue opportunities. I know you've explored others. You've got some potential things that you could move on. So what I heard is that you would explore some of those. You're going to do your, I heard, very, very, very best to try to, if this passes, to operate within this budget. And the risk is that you would, as identified, potentially have to come back to us with an additional request if you can't manage, right? That's the risk.
Through the chair, you're absolutely correct, and it would be more, I believe, around cash flow than anything. You know, to the revenue opportunities, you know, we are in March, you know, so the revenue opportunities you may find actually hit our 2026 budget. We do have some contracts coming up for renewal this year, so, you know, to M&P's report and to council's direction, you know, try to bring some of those lease agreements up to market rates, trying to really add some value to our sponsorship contracts. And we started off with a great farm show yesterday, or today actually is the first day. You know, we've sold out this year's farm show. We've got a waiting list for next year, so I think things are really starting to move forward, and we just need a bit of time to to get some rev gen, as we call it, and retention as well. We want to make sure that we retain who we have, so.
Okay, well, I appreciate your willingness to work within these tighter parameters, like really appreciate that. I'm going to be supporting this amendment, and I also appreciate hearing about these successes that you are all achieving together. It does make me believe that things have turned in a positive way over at Real, and I know, like, I feel a bit of relief right now, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much through the chair. With the discussions about top line revenues and risk, the question is, would you be available at a later time this week to come back for another discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Sickles, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. A lot of nice words are being said and positive comments from the two of you, and I appreciate that, but you're hanging from the ledge, and this 300,000 we're asking you to reduce by is like stepping on your fingers. Having been on the Real board for a short period of time, I know the challenges that you face, and I would ask my colleagues to accept a further reduction of $300,000 to be removed from the ask, bringing the total approved budget to 11.5 million.
Okay, so that's an amendment to the amendment on the floor?
I was asking them that. They told me to do it this way.
Voted no against the first one, and the original.
Yeah, but Shannon spent 3 minutes talking about everything that she approves. No one gets a chance to say otherwise. So.
Hurry, reached, like I have a shelf down there, and I turned on all of my appliances, and I reached down and went, they heat up, and they heat up fast. Yeah. And I was just in a hurry.
It's a test of everyone's patience, but you got to stand your ground at some point.
Yeah, so, okay, after concurrence, and I think some side conversations, so yes, this is above board because of the context of the 1.2 with the $300,000 reduction. So the amendment on this from Councillor Sickles is to get rid of the $300,000 reduction to go to the original 1.2 million reduction. So for that, Councillor Sickles will need a seconder if anybody is in favor of that. So, does everybody understand, like I'm looking, so the amendment, looking for a seconder on that. So I'll say it one more time. So right now, the amendment on the floor is 1.2 million minus 300,000 as well, so it's $1.5 million. Councillor Sickles is saying to get rid of that $300,000 additional reduction to go back to 1.2. Are you seconding? I'm being recommended to do it this way, so. Okay, I'm gonna let the clerk speak on this. Go ahead.
So this comes down to, it's just a procedural matter, so this is what you have to focus on. $1.2 million has been offered up by Real, which we will eventually have to move a motion to make sure that that's in place. Councillor Radens has said, increase that reduction to 300,000. Councillor Siklis is saying, don't leave Real with the 300,000. Just go back to what Real has offered up at 1.2 million. So if you're voting for Councillor Siklis's, if you in favor of what Councillor Siklis has moved, the end result will be a reduction of $1.2 million. If it's defeated, we will go back to the discussion of a $1.5 million cut.
So, does everybody understand that? Okay, because there is more than one way to do this, but this is the way that we're doing this. So we will get to an end result either way. So, I'll go back to see if anybody would like to second Councillor Sickley's motion. Councillor Burton? Okay, so now, anybody have any questions around this particular amendment for councillors, the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Okay. I think I will just note at this point that we actually already heard from Real. Yes, we can work towards further reducing the budget by 300,000. Worst case scenario, we come back to you. I want folks to think for a moment about what I believe you've probably heard from residents, because I've heard it resoundingly clear. They are very concerned about rising costs at Real, and I'm actually hearing this from you folks as well, from Real, who came to speak to us today. You understand that concern. You're willing to do your part to demonstrate that you're doing everything you can to reduce these costs, to reduce the amount of money that residents are having to put into to the operations or the running of Real. And so we heard from you all today, the delegation, that yes, we can do this, we can work with this. Why on earth would we say, no, don't do it? I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Mayor, I not to be filibustering and repeating what was just said, but this was asked and confirmed 3 times, or was it 2 times? At least 2 times, that Real indicated that you folks would be able to maneuver and manage an additional $300,000. And so, again, I'm going to come back to our residents, spoke to every single councillor and the mayor around this table about their concerns regarding Real and how affordability, which we all ran on, was important to them. And so I am pleased that Real came and offered 1.2 million. Thank you for that again. And my ask is at an additional 300,000 would bring us to the 1.5 million, and that's almost a whole half of a mill rate. So this affects our community. And I am sorry, but I am not sorry at the same time. But why would you put forward that? Because they agreed to being able to manage that. So I am still standing on my original motion, and thank you, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't see anybody else, so I'm going to turn it back to Councillor Sickley's in a moment, but before that, I'm just going to make a comment from my perspective. I think there's a common joint collective desire to find these savings, and I think that what I heard, and Councillor Sickley's can speak on it, I think there's an opportunity to try and leverage potential city opportunities in that between Real and the city. So I'm not sure if it's necessary to do one way or the other, because I think we end up with potentially a similar result. However, I do hear Councillor Radden's in the sense of, you know, a signal to, hey, let's commit to the dollars right now and work together to find the opportunities for those savings. So that's, I just put my comments out there, that's kind of where I'm at on it. So, but I will now give it to Councillor Sickley to close on this particular amendment. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, sure. No, I hear both points of view, and I think we're beating up on the little guy here, and we haven't even gotten to the motions where we're going after the big one in the room, which is the $841 million question. And we're asking everybody to leave a little blood on the floor. So far, everyone that's come to us has done that. Now you're asking for more blood. And I think, you know, I want to appease my people too. You won't find anyone more of a fighter against tax increases than me. But in this particular case, because I'm on that board, and so are 3 other people in this horseshoe, we know the details that they're facing. That's the only reason why I said, let's go with what they've already come to us from. You're saying that they said that they can find that 300 in other ways. They're telling you that because they're trying to appease us. They're good people and they're going to work their butt off. You need to know that none of the people that are on that board are pulling $1 from the taxpayer. The previous board was being paid at real. This board is doing it for free, and they've never told you that because they're too humble to tell you that. So I'm telling you that so that you know they're trying to do the best they can for us. That is why I brought that up. And I believe that when they came to us and said 1.2 million is our best offer, I believe them. We can find the money elsewhere. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks for closing on that one, Councillor. What's that? Okay, Councillor, close debate, so.
No,
okay.
Point of clarity. Because it's a subsidiary of the City of Regina, and because it's very important for the volunteer time given, I just wanted to confirm that no real board representative has ever been a paid position, this board, neither the previous board. And I just didn't want to lead into a problem of any kind of misinformation out of City Council. Is that correct?
Not true.
Through
I'll
the
ask
chair,
them if you
yeah,
can
through the
confirm that.
chair, there was an honorarium paid, not to the, Nikki, do you want to, yeah, not to the interim board, but to previous, and so our board made a motion that we would not receive that honorarium, and it was a per meeting basis honorarium for each board member, which we have made a motion to not accept as board. So they were previous, not the interim board, the previous ones.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, so we're now going to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So if you look up on the screen, just take a moment, make sure you see the amendment to the amendment that this vote will be on. And I will, in that case, I will ask the clerk to please start the vote.
Mayor Brzezinski, the amendment to the amendment has been lost. There were 3 voting in favor, those being Councillors Bezo, Burton, and Siklis. Voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Rashovich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are back to the amendment, the original amendment on the floor. Okay, and also I'll go back to Councillor Sickley's if you have anything else to talk about. You still have, I think, a couple minutes if you have anything else to say on this particular amendment. No? Okay. Okay, now seeing no further questions, I will go to Councillor Radens to close debate, if you have anything further to say on this.
Again, and not to repeat everything that I've already said in terms of how, why I put forward the motion. Though, as far as going forward, I am pleased to hear about the successes of Jelly Roll. That's a good story for February 24th, I think it was. And we're now into farm progress, okay? And from what I saw last night walking through, I am quite pleased and impressed about where you're at in terms of improving that trade show, because I was there last year, and over the course of quite a few years, I've noticed, it took a dive. But yesterday, just walking through and seeing at least the International Trade Center having more in there gives me hope, okay? And then now you also, for the summer, another big event you have coming up is exhibition, right? And we do put forward, there is like hundreds of thousands of people that walk through that midway every year. And so that's an improvement. Agribition is the next big show coming up. And so, and I'm sure you're working on getting some other shows in there. So I feel hopeful for the first time probably in 10 years in regards to where Real is headed. Now, just to remind community, I mean, we worked hard for at least a half a mill rate. And that, so folks understand why Real is important to our community. Okay, we offer a lot to the people in this community, from hockey, you name it. I can't list them all, but you know what I mean. Anyway, and so there's a lot that goes through here, and it does give me hope. And if we can, and just as a thank you to the board, you folks have done amazing work to try and turn it around. It's going to take time, and we understand that. And so that's why the support. But also, we also have to think about our residents. And this is a big deal.
You have about
And
30
so-
seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. So anyways, keep up the good work, and I look forward to coming and seeing what else you have coming forward, and you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the original amendment put forward.
Mayor Brzezinski, the motion passes in a vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Bezo, Rashevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Burton and Siklees.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Radens, we're back on the main motion. Do you have any other amendments or anything otherwise? Okay. So we will move on to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to the main general and operating and capital budget.
Or I can go straight into the amendment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'd like to propose a amendment that funding for the Regina Accessibility Plan recommended for deferral to 2026 be advanced in the amount of $499,000 in 2025 from a real allocation of the following funding. On the screen for me. Okay, 340 from tourism and 159,000 from the baseball audit.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to second that motion? Councillor Radens?
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, so we did briefly talk about the tourism budget. So this would take 340 from tourism, but they still would have the increase of the 570,000 to pay for those additional items we spoke about. And then for the baseball audit, I believe that is an audit of the baseballs, diamonds, but there does not seem to be any plans to further do that. But also in the Regina recreational plan from 2019, it is, oh, sorry, just get to my, they have ratings for all of the different types of recreational facilities, and ball diamonds are rated 17 out of 18 in the outdoor amenities in the Regina recreational plan. So just with the reprioritization, and this is a report without any actionable results, I feel moving that money to the accessibility plan for real results for our community right now would be beneficial. And I do believe that taking that 340 from tourism for their accessibility plan would really help the people who live in Regina with their everyday needs. The accessibility plan was largely missing quite a bit of what is required to do the action items in this budget, and so this is an effort to bring some of that budget back to do some of those things in the Regina accessibility plan.
Okay, thank you. I will see if any councillors have any questions on that. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
So to the administration, the baseball audit, through the chair, could you expand on what the baseball audit is, and does it involve the Red Sox and new facilities or other things like that, not just also with the general junior kids baseball or things like that?
Go ahead, Ms. Braden.
Yep. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Bashinsky. Thank you for that question. In 2023, administration undertook an audit or an assessment, if you will, of all of our baseball diamonds, a condition assessment. And what we found was several deficiencies throughout the community in a lot of our baseball diamonds, and the funding that is in the Recreation Master Plan is intended to help respond to those deficiencies and improve the status of our baseball diamonds. And I could refer any detailed information to Mr. May up in the crow's nest up there.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we undertook that assessment, and we are currently in discussion with several of our ball groups like Baseball Regina and others that operate ballparks on our behalf to determine what they need in terms of capital refurbishment. So the carry forward that you see in the capital budget is will get spent on meeting those needs. In terms of this motion, taking 159 away from that program just means that we'll do less work. We'll just scale the work back accordingly.
So through the chair, so you're saying this is actual remediation, not an audit. This is actually remediation of the results of the audit.
That is correct.
And through the chair, are some of these remediations critical that could affect health and safety for people? Baseball's a lesser used or active sport in the city than some other sports perhaps, but it still has a major following. Could there be safety considerations for people at various diamonds as they're playing on the field, or backstops, or various other considerations?
Through the chair, no, I wouldn't say there are any immediate or pressing safety concerns. And as I said, we have some carry forward from 2024 that we can use to address any of those if they do pop up during 2025.
Okay. To the administration, the 220 from the equity, diversity, and...
Oh, no, that's not...
Oh, sorry.
It's
from tourism, okay, sorry.
It's 340 from
okay.
tourism.
340 from tourism. Through that, will that have any impact on the operations of Tourism Regina?
I thank you. Through the chair, of course, it would have some impacts on us. We wouldn't be able to do everything that we had planned to do this year, and we also wouldn't be able to do, we wouldn't receive the matching funding from the Regina Hotel Association that they requested. And I would just, again, point out that the $375,000 of the tourism budget was just a reallocation, and that's a grant fund to attract events, conventions, and trade shows here. That was just moved from one area of the city into ours.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to Councillor Turnbull, is there any explicit or detailed objectives or targets for the funding that would be targeted from this?
To the chair, the Regina Accessibility Plan outlines a whole plan, and they and it, like, the number one priority was the sidewalks, and then there's also I'd have to pull out the whole plan, and it might be better to actually get, do we have someone to talk about the accessibility plan from the administration side? Okay, yeah. Mr. Slater, I feel like you'd be better suited to talk about the
Yeah,
accessibility
thanks for
plan.
the question through the mayor. I can discuss the priorities laid out in the accessibility plan, which include transportation, built environment, communication, employment, programs and services. And then our team has done a bit of prioritizing based on different amounts of available funding. So this particular funding, I would say we'd prioritize ongoing engagement, expanded sidewalk, snow removal, additional sidewalk maintenance, and probably additional pedestrian ramps at street corners as well. So those are some of the highest priorities in the plan, and there are some of the service areas here that could speak in more detail about those as well.
Okay, through the chair, was there a reason for deferral to 2026?
Who would like to speak to that?
No one wants to answer that question.
Ms. Bryden, do you have anybody who want to speak to? Or Ms. Anderson? Question, what? Maybe repeat the question.
So through the chair, the question is, was there any reason that, according to Councillor Turnbull's motion here, that this money was recommended for deferral to 2026?
Yeah, the accessibility plan.
The accessibility plan money.
Young, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, I believe that was a decision in council during the budget decisions in the previous year.
Is there any surrounding insight or thought pattern for the reason for deferral? Simply money or other strategic considerations?
I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry.
Okay. We don't know, we don't know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, how much money is, I guess, going into Regina Accessibility Plan for this year? Is it totally deferred?
Go ahead, Mr. Slater.
I can speak to that. Through the mayor, currently we have $100,000 that we have indicated to go to disability awareness training for the corporation. So this would support staff throughout the city of Regina in preparing for like an inclusive environment to work for folks with disabilities. And that's all that I'm aware of.
Okay, I guess, could we use that money, I guess, towards what Councillor Turnbull's talking about? Could we not, is that possible? that 100,000?
Through the mayor, I would say that that would be a decision for council to
Okay,
make. Yeah.
I guess my next question would be, what's the total amount that we're using for baseball remediation? Or baseball audit, I guess. I don't know if it's audit or remediation, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. May has the amount of the carry forward, but the amount as indicated for 2025 was allowed for was 159,000 in addition to the carry forward. That is available, and Mr. May is just checking on the carry forward number. Pardon me?
Can you repeat that?
Page 21. Sorry, the carry forward number is 774,000 on page 121 of the book.
Oh, okay, so I guess my next question is, we're taking 159,000 away from 774?
Through the chair, the carry forward is available for the restoration of the baseball diamonds. That's the carry forward number. The 2025 amount is in addition to the carry forward.
Oh. Okay. Okay, that's. Okay, so maybe, hey, I guess, sorry, go ahead. My next question would be is, instead of taking money away from tourism, maybe we just take more from baseball remediation to go towards the Regina accessibility.
So can I just jump in really quick?
Okay.
I think this, again, I spoke about this earlier. We're going down another slippery slope of, we're gonna go and pull a dollar by dollar at a time to each area.
Yeah.
So can I recommend that with our motions, that instead of being prescriptive, again, like I mentioned, can we ask administration, if we were to increase funding for this area, what would that look like? And see if there's an answer there, and just try and be a little more, because otherwise,
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna be able to get through this in a week.
I hear you.
And again, I'm not trying to stifle, I just want to be, cognizant of, we do have to ultimately approve a budget at the end of the day. So I think what I would respectfully say is that read Councillor Turnbull's motion, ask questions around that specific motion, and as opposed to going down the path of other adjustments, let's make a decision on whether we want to proceed or not personally based on how we consume that information, and then we will vote accordingly and move forward.
Okay, so I guess I could reword through the chair. I would ask Councillor Turnbull, could you, I guess, look at your amendment differently?
Well, yes, and I'll ask Mr. Slater over there, how much was deferred to 2026, like the full cost of the accessibility plan? Could you say a little bit more about that? Like, because this is just maybe a quarter of what was recommended. So could you speak to the whole deferral that was removed from the budget?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the mayor. Under accessibility plan implementation, there's approximately 2.1 million that we had prioritized, and this is across the corporation, affecting many different areas, some of which are up here as well, but just to name a few, sidewalk snow removal, accessible pedestrian signals, pedestrian crosswalks, additional sidewalk maintenance, pedestrian ramps, bus stop upgrades, transit service upgrades. And if there's more detail required, certainly the folks in those service areas can speak to them.
So to the chair, all right, now I have.
So, Councillor, that was just you answering
Okay,
Councillor
gotcha.
Burton, Councillor Rasevich, sorry about that. So, Councillor Rasevich, anything further?
No, I'll just leave it in Councillor Turnbull's hands to.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, question for administration and pertaining to Councillor Turnbull's amendment here right now. I'm not going to speak as an engineer, but I'm going to ask the engineer in the room to speak to this about what it takes to juggle not only the dollar value of the project, but actually juggle the project around, because right now we're asking to advance the project with no project planning on it. Can you speak to that from the administration perspective?
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So as mentioned, some of these projects that are in the accessibility plan are things like additional pedestrian signals, additional crosswalks, bus stop upgrades, items like that, that normally we want to have an advance notice to do proper designs, which would be kind of a year to 18 months out. And being that we're in March right now, we would not have great success in delivering them in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Anything further for questions, Councillor Bezo? You good? Okay. Councillor... Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to confirm some of the things I'm hearing. I guess first of all, Councillor Bezo just asked about like whether you could actually, like whether administration could actually do this in 2025. So I think again, we just heard no. Is that accurate? Or is there like, is the answer a full stop no, or is there a piece of something that can be done?
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Ms. Bryden to give a bit more information. There's many different aspects within the accessibility plan, so anything that involves construction in 2025, I'd recommend not doing it this year because it doesn't have the proper planning process leading up to it. Ms. Bryden might give a bit of an overview of some of our integrated planning work that would be at jeopardy.
Thank you. Through the chair. So we do take an integrated planning approach to our projects and try and overlap as much of the work as we possibly can, so we're less disruptive in community for things like pavement and sidewalks and undergrounds and such. And that does take time to plan out. So again, just reiterating a little bit more about what Mr. Doney's speaking to in terms of the ability to actually increase the spending for 2025. A lot of that work has already been planned out for 2025.
So then would it, so you're saying it would be not possible or difficult to actually increase the spending at this point in the year on the Regina Accessibility Plan. So then it sounds like we're again back to the scenario where something like this might be more appropriate for consideration within the 2026 budget cycle.
Thank you. Through the chair, certainly with respect to the construction type work that is identified in the accessibility plan.
To the mover of the motion, is there something non-construction wise that you have in mind that you think, based on what you heard from administration, that they may be able to do, or you would suggest that they focus on instead?
No, absolutely. So the accessibility plan, and I'm going to ask Mr. Slater to answer this as well, has many policy implications and to do with employment strategies and all that. And I know that Mr. Slater talked to it, but the accessibility plan is, it's got procurement involved, it's got planning, it's got employment. It's very multifaceted, and I'll let him talk more about things which aren't necessarily physical infrastructure.
Thanks for the question through the mayor. Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of items throughout the plan that don't necessarily require structural builds. For example, there's priorities that lie within our HR around job carving, so increasing job opportunities for individuals that experience disability. There's lots of focus on communication, so how we communicate information via our website or other means, social media. So there's work to be done there around digital and document accessibility. So these are a few examples that I can give that could be done this year.
Okay. Thank you. Now, so we heard that there are some options that could be done this year.
Yeah.
So also, okay. Can someone give me some clarity about this council direction from last term that paused funding on the Regina Accessibility Plan? Does anyone, I have no recollection of that. Can anyone help me recall
Someone
when
from-
and how this occurred last term? I'm not the only one.
Okay, put your hand up if you want to speak to this. Help me.
Nobody, seeing no takers? Yeah, okay, well, interesting.
Okay.
I'd be very curious to hear what happened there. Now, okay, so now, re-tourism. We heard that if that money disappears from tourism, $375,000, we would not receive matching funding from the Hotel Association, right? Through the chair.
Close to correct, thank you, through the chair. We have to show an increase of 250,000 to receive matching 250,000 from the RHA. The 375 was just a direct transfer, and so that they're not counting that because that's not a new investment into tourism for marketing or for staff or for anything like that. That 375 already existed in the city and just moved from one area over into tourism. So like the net increase for tourism is more than the 375.
Right.
And maybe if you don't mind, like I wouldn't mind just sharing a little bit about the amount of impact that we've seen with tourism moving into the city. I think it's a pretty interesting case study, and I'll try to keep it very short. But what we saw was tourism essentially went dark after the failed brand launch. They stopped marketing, they stopped doing social media, they stopped updating the website, they essentially went dark. And we saw jurisdictions across the country recover in 2023 after like post-pandemic. So we saw all other cities almost see visitor spend overall increase in 2023 over 2019. We did not see that in Regina. We only saw Regina increase in 2024 over 2023 and over 2019. And that was because, at least in part, I believe, tourism moved into the city and everything restarted. We started marketing again. We started being active on social media. We started investing in events and activating those events. And so you saw a distinct change once tourism was active again. So that is part of the reason that the city is suggesting a small increase for tourism, and that is a big part of the reason the RHA wants to see that increase, so they will match the funding, so they see increased investment in tourism.
Okay, so because I didn't get it all the way right, help me understand then what would be the impact of this 375,000. Like, I appreciate and agree with your assessment of what's going on with tourism, but what would be the impact of you not receiving, of this money being diverted from tourism in your mind?
So if you were to take the 340, that's part of the
oh, sorry, I'm saying the wrong number.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Through the chair, sorry. I think because I've been referencing the granting amount, we've been mixing up the numbers. So this specific amount, if we did not receive it in tourism, there would be an impact likely of staffing. We would not be able to fill the 7 full-time positions. We may or may not, we would have to make difficult decisions. So some of those would be maybe not having staff in person at City Hall or not having staff in person at the airport. We have served hundreds of visitors actually through the airport and having some staff there. We could or would reduce marketing plans, so we would not be actively marketing the city as a destination. We would reduce our activation of events and may not be able to bid on some events, so we might not win things like volleyball tournaments or larger events, not that we don't have one right now that we could speak to, but like the Can-Am Police Fire Games, for example, that was one we announced that we won. It's significant. It's coming here in 2028. There would be, we would have to take it away and see exactly where those dollars were reallocated, but we would have to reduce a number of our activities that are planned for 2025.
Okay, thank you. And then what we heard about the baseball audit is that there is already not baseball audit, baseball work, I guess, that there is $747,000 planned because of carry forward. And so plus the $159,000. So this is saying, this amendment, let's take, yeah, go ahead with the $747,000, but not $159,000. And to, oh, is that
Sorry,
wrong too?
no, I thought you were asking a question. I was just
Okay.
going to answer it. Go ahead.
So that's correct?
Yeah, so essentially the difference would be, sorry, through the mayor, when we take from the baseball field stuff, it would be delaying maintenance and repairs that we'd be doing to our baseball facilities, our 160 odd baseball fields in the city. The difference with tourism is it would be a direct impact to operations.
Yeah.
So one would be a delay of
Right.
restoration of baseball diamonds, and one would be a direct impact to operations of the entity.
And keeping in mind, like, we would still have $747,000 for the work on baseball fields, correct?
Correct, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't go to zero. It
Yeah.
would just be less than what we planned.
Okay, well, I'm not inclined to take money away from tourism. I'm looking for more revenue generating opportunities and investments from the city, and tourism is one of those. I feel that I can support that we scale back some of the baseball remediation work, especially since there's so much already planned, $747,000 worth planned, because I don't recall this decision to delay moving forward on the accessibility plan, and I don't support it. And so I wish that there was more allocated through the baseball audit, perhaps now, but I am willing to support that component of it. So what I'm going to ask for is that we vote on this. We vote on part 1 and part 2 separately, tourism and baseball audit, 2 separate votes.
Okay, so when we get to that point, we will separate those 2 bullet points into 2 separate votes. Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I will go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want to get some clarity. Previously, we talked about administration's ability to carry on plans. And I'm also curious as to the removal of this priority through the previous council decision. So given that there are other needs through this plan outside of just the physical infrastructure that was touched on, is there enough money for our accessibility in general that is not just...
So Councillor, we should speak to the motion itself. So if we're asking questions, it should be...
Yes, yeah. What I'm trying to get at is Councilor Turnbull's motion is increasing the budget for it. And I want to get a sense from administration if this ask makes sense, if there is enough. Or allocating more to that budget. If I'm not understanding correctly.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Anderson. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, the mayor. So, we've done some research, my team. It looks like this got tabled on April 24th, 2024, and we believe it was in relation to the discussion around the water slide at Wascana Pool. And it got tabled forward to this year's budget. So what management has done is put forward what we believe to be the best plan, given all the competing things for the city, and that's what we've recommended in our budget. Obviously, council is free to change that and change what the priority is, but that's sort of some background, because I think we're kind of floundering as to what happened here, but that's what we believe happened. So if I answered your question, is that management believes this is the best plan, what's in the budget book. Now, if we want to accelerate the accessibility plan and do that through delaying other projects, that's up to you guys to debate and decide.
So to the mover, in bringing this amendment forward, what would be the priorities that cause you to bring this amendment that you don't feel are being addressed
To the chair, the water slide elevator was not part of the Regina accessibility plan. That was part of a different line item, which is the recreational, I can pull it out.
So, I think the question
But-
was around what
But-
you're trying to achieve, that's a gap, I think is the question.
Right, so the Regina accessibility plan had the 2 million recommended, which passed, I believe, almost a year ago. And it had these items in there. It has a whole plan, which again, I'm gonna go to Slater for, because I don't have it in front of me. But it has their different, things they can do and, what they could spend it on, and that was just a start. That $2 million was a start, to get us to think, and it only hit, if I recall correctly, maybe the top 1 or 2, 3 things in the long list. It basically, I know the number one thing was sidewalks, and that number one thing in sidewalks, we have pulled out the sidewalk plan. We all know that sidewalks could take at least $2 million by itself, but there's also employment practices, there's even delegations here, we don't have closed captioning here, but I will pass it off to Slater to talk about the top priorities in the plan.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Slater.
Thanks for the question, through the mayor. As I've sort of noted already, I guess, the team has done the best they can to prioritize the items for, what would be important for 2025, 2026, and ongoing. So the 2 million that's noted is really the complete piece of work for 2025, and then the amount sort of increases after that. If we were to get a smaller amount to take on some of this work, the items that the team has pulled together, again, have to do with items around snow removal, more physical accessibility, walkways. And I may ask Mr. Warren if he could speak in a bit of detail to some of that work, and if that's possible.
Go ahead, Mr. Warren.
Oh, thank you, through the chair. So yeah, there's a few items in the list in the report that were originally proposed. When it comes to, say, sidewalk maintenance, as Mr. Doney had spoken to, these would, if funding were to be approved, we would look to put those forward as a procurement contract. And being this late in the season, there is a risk that even if we could get the contract out, that it may not be able to be delivered in 2025 and or integrated with other projects that that we may want to do that with. There could be some challenges there, as mentioned before. When it comes to these extra sidewalk snow clearing, there's basically a little bit of work still required to do when it comes to engaging with the accessibility community, and one of the plans for this work, if approved, were to be engaging with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to help identify some of these key locations or corridors that could support this work. So that would, when it comes to the sidewalk snow clearing, that would be something that we want to do with that team to identify what priorities the Accessibility Advisory Committee might have. And best case scenario is that we would be starting that in November of 2025, next winter season, which technically speaking would be only a couple of months of the year. So then, so for 2025, a smaller amount would be required. However, to continue into 2026, the full amount for sidewalk snow clearing would need to be in place. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to continue doing that project.
Right. So if I'm understanding correctly, is the amount that has been budgeted for this year is based on administration's projected ability to complete projects. Are there any other parts that would meet this plan that have been deferred or changed based on budget allocation in order to be able to allocate to other projects.
So do you want to go ahead?
Through the chair, I think it's important to have something in front of you. So if you turn to Appendix C in your council report, it clearly talks about the Regina Accessibility Plan, and there's a list there that makes up the $2.128 million. So anything that is construction related is what we're recommending not to move forward with in 2025 based on where we're at. But there's many other items that Mr. Slater has mentioned that could be put forward and done this year that are non-construction related. So that's a good example of some items that could be done. As far as why they're not in this budget, it's just a balance, trying to balance all the different needs that we hear from the community with the revenue and the expenses that we have before us. So this is what administration has put forward, but if council wants to pick something from the accessibility plan to move forward with that's non-construction related, I think we would recommend that, knowing that that has to come from somewhere else.
All right. So to the mover, is there anything that you find would be a priority, non-construction related?
One of the priorities we all heard about yesterday is the paratransit. That falls within the accessibility. I was going to put that as a separate motion, but paratransit would be something that could be done immediately that would have effect. Other things, again, I'm probably going to refer to Dave Slater a lot, but there's a lot of different disabilities and different needs. For example, this very room we're sitting in right now could have closed captioning. It could accommodate much more users, even in the hiring processes. And I'm not an expert in everything, or even doing our reviews of how we do our projects to Rick Hansen qualifications, or getting the Rick Hansen consultants in here to see if our buildings are done to accessibility standards, because Rick Hansen is the standard that we are using and we are going to. So we could get a head start with that money on doing those assessments with the Rick Hansen to see what we could be doing for everyone. And really helping, like, it is, like, it is very difficult for me to be sit with this giant mill rate increase, seeing the entire accessibility plan dropped out. That is 25 to 30% of our population. And they also pay taxes. And they're being asked for a tax increase while the entire accessibility plan was mostly cut out of this plan. So I understand that tourism and stuff are important, but at the end of the day, you're only as good as your, however good you are as a salesperson, you're only good as your product. And our product here is the city of Regina, and our product is how we treat our people and our service, and we're only as good as our product. So we need to have a great product to sell, and that shows how we treat our people, and that shows that we need to have this accessibility plan in place. And maybe this isn't the right number, and maybe what we need to be doing is having like I'm fine with saying this dollar amount, and the administration can go find it, and they can go find it from wherever they want to. I don't need to be prescriptive about it, but I am pretty adamant that we do need to have something in there to address that portion of our population immediately.
So I hear you, and I agree with, in terms of being really mindful of how we address the needs of accessibility for our community. To what you said in terms of being prescriptive, would you then consider changing this so it would be up to administration to figure that out, so we're not voting on specific line items?
I'm very open to that. I was told in this budget process that I had to go find the funds if I wanted to suggest something. So what I did is, like everyone else, I went through the budget. I looked to see what I could find. I saw something that had double the amount of budget than anything else. It's a hard process for us. I love it when people come with us with their own budget cuts. But if the administration can say they can find that money on their own from their own line items, I am perfectly fine with that.
Thank you, that's all for me.
Okay, 1 second before we keep going.
don't know that it's magically. That's not
So I think in terms of, I would say it's probably best, Councillor Turnbull did already indicate where, you know, we have an amendment on the floor, where she indicates she would say, you know, to pull that from. Councillor Zakidniak said we'll vote on that separately, so we'll be doing that, so you can agree or disagree with pulling from a certain area. I think it's best to keep it clean, that we continue down that path. Otherwise, it may cause further delays in our budget process, having to direct administration for something that they would then have to come back, and we wouldn't actually know where that's coming from. So I think I would recommend that we stick with the proceeding of separate vote for the two bulleted line items. Councillor Flores, you're good for questions on that one? Okay.
Mr. Downey has his hand up.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to highlight one thing. In Appendix C, it says there's $52,000 in the 2025 budget proposal, and that $52,000 is for the paratransit software that was talked about by a delegation yesterday.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, I will move to Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You know, through the chair, my worry is, you know, we may be inadvertently creating a sort of a scarcity mentality in a race to the bottom where we pit accessibility versus baseball versus the visitor economy. And my hope is that we can put in the work and identify and advance specific projects relating to accessibility or otherwise and bring them forward in the future. But just given the motion, or rather the amendment we have in front of us, I do want to make sure we understand the implications. And so my question to administration, if we have it, is what is the baseline related to maintenance and repair for baseball fields in terms of our precedent historically as a city, would be my first question. So those, you know, those are fairly large numbers, but they don't mean much unless we understand what it takes to take care of our diamonds and what we've spent in the past and or the needs to take care of them adequately.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Wyszynski. So I would start by saying I think we have not invested adequately in our baseball diamonds over the years, and so that's where we've landed, I would say, in a significant kind of deficit, if you will, in terms of the status of our ball diamonds. Having said that, they are fully used, and I would also like to add we are still working with community groups to find out to really fully understand the needs and the best way to invest any funds. In terms of the amount of dollars we've invested over the years, et cetera, I would ask Mr. May to speak to those more specifics.
Go ahead, Mr. May.
Just one moment, please. I'm looking for that.
I should have kept talking longer.
No, that's fine, and perhaps while we wait for you to pull that up, secondary and last question perhaps to you, Jennifer, is again, understanding the implications, and I think you've spoken to this, and this may be an unfair question, but if presented with that cut, would that pull from the budget that you use to attract events, trade shows, and conventions and activate them, or would that pull from you know, administrative costs related to running a tourism function within the city?
Thank you. Through the mayor, specifically, this amount would pull from the administrative costs to run the tourism branch within the city. And that tourism branch actively works on the bids to attract those events, but it is not the specific grant funding.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll look to Mr. May if you have that information.
Through the mayor, yes, we have around 167 ball diamonds in our inventory. Our annual operating budget to take care of them is around $1 million. So that's spending around $6,000 per diamond per year. And we don't spend them evenly. We spend more on some diamonds than others.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it is 2:32. We're going to take our mandatory break. We will return at 2:47. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get started in a minute here, so if you can find your seats, please. Thank you. Okay, we'll call it back to order, and we were at Councillor Bezo.
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair, Ms. Turnbull, just as the discussions around the projects and the funding for the projects for pulling money from tourism and baseball has a direct impact to our economic prosperity for the summer. Engineering stated that there's no possibility of getting projects done in 2026, or sorry, 25, and we need to do some planning for the work. Is there any amendments that you would like to do to this motion?
Yes, there is. I think, so I did talk to administration, and for this year, we can put the $85,000 to paratransit to increase the Sunday services, $120,000 into digital communications for the accessibility plan, and $6,500 into communications. And then I would amend that total from $499 to $11,500, and only take $50,500 from tourism. And those are, Dave Slater and the team can talk about those, but those are actionable items they can do right away for the accessibility plan with effect.
You have all that,
Yeah, I gave it.
Okay, so we'll just give a moment to update that.
Well, that's in something else. I don't know.
If you take it off in baseball, me personally, I can support it. I don't want to take any from tourism. They have $750,000.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I've spoken.
To tell you the truth, all the questions I had leading up to the previous change and amendment have been answered, and I'm just letting the amendment that just got changed sink in to understand it. I do have a question about that. You just mentioned that $85,000 for the paratransit planning is going to be part of your current amendment on the screen when it's updated, is that correct?
Yes.
Didn't administration let us know that that had already been budgeted for in this budget book?
No.
Oh, I misunderstood that then.
So that's the software. This is for the expanded Sunday service. That's for the expanded Sunday service.
Sorry.
For the 2026 budget, I will, not right now, I will explore full transit for the Sunday service, but at this time, it's just the paratransit for this window of time.
I think Mr. Doney was going to speak to it as well. He can probably give some context. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so yeah, as mentioned before, the $52,000 is for the paratransit software, and what Councillor Turnbull is referring to now is $85,000 to expand paratransit on Sunday evenings that we heard from the delegation. So that's what I believe the numbers are coming forward. And just to highlight, and Councillor Turnbull mentioned that she would look to bring forward the expanded hours for conventional transit in 2026 to ensure that you've got equity between paratransit and conventional transit.
Thank you for the clarification. I understand that better now and the two differentiates. The other piece that I didn't quite understand yet is it sounds like there was leftover funds from the fiasco with the elevator. Those funds have already been spoken for, or can they go towards what you're trying to describe in your motion?
No, those are separate funds, and when when the elevator was determined not to go forward, it was because there was other priorities to do with the recreational facility upgrades with the Rick Hansen audits, which were deemed to be more of a priority.
Okay.
So those are definitely spoken for, and they're a different line item. This is to do the digital work, some communications, and the paratransit, and to significantly reduce that. One question I would have for administration on this, would it be better for me to?
Oh, hold up a second, it's my questions right
sorry.
now.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Now I'm working just fast.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarity on the motion, appreciate it, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna give the clerks a moment to get this sorted. Okay, Councilor Turnbull, now that it's up on the screen and I see no further questions, I will pass it to you to close so you can. Yeah, you betcha.
My question to admin, would it be better to take the full funding from baseball or leave it at the two separate items?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Just to clarify, and where you take it from would be up to you. Just when we take it from a capital item, that's just a 1-year funding, right? So if it's ongoing, if what we're gonna spend the 211 on is ongoing, it would then hit the mill rate next year because we are just delaying 1 year of baseball field remediation.
Okay, so you would suggest putting it all on the baseball?
It's up to you. I'm just saying this will be the impact going down the road.
Okay, I'll just leave it as is. Is there questions?
So just to confirm, I'm gonna confirm with Councilor Zakidniak, because just because this has changed the numbers, do you still want this voted on separately on the 2 bullet points?
Actually. So this, on the note that was just noted, which of those items are ongoing and which are one-time expenses? That's my, since the motion changed, I need to understand it.
Tourism is ongoing?
No, sorry, not the funding sources, but in the, when we talk about paratransit, digital, and communications, which of those is a one-time expense versus ongoing?
Okay, I'll look to admin to answer that. Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll give you a third of the answer, and paratransit is ongoing.
Right. Slater. That's a, no, because that's only a third of the answer.
Okay.
What about digital and communication?
I'll go to Slater, but the accessibility, this is just a portion of the accessibility plan that was supposed to go through, but I'll ask Mr. Slater to answer those questions.
Thanks for the question through the mayor. On the list you have provided there, the digital communication work could be a one-time piece of work. And Mr. Doney, do you have anything, or sorry, Mr. Looning, anything to add on transit?
That was it.
Through the chair, yeah, just as noted, the paratransit increase in service would be ongoing.
That is great. That also opens up another point of clarification, so I'll let you decide if you want me to ask my last point of clarification.
If it's a point of clarification, go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess because the number has changed, what I would like clarification from now is the implications to the tourism budget of the 52. Does that, can we get that clarity? Because we don't have a response from administration to how would you feel about a $52,500 reduction?
I think we can get a brief, updated explanation. I think we've answered it mostly, but JJ, I'll give you a chance just
You bet.
briefly.
Thank you. Through the mayor. With the smaller amount, we would just look at our upcoming marketing plans for the year and likely reduce our ad spend that we were going to do out into various markets. We would just look at our plans for the year and we would reduce probably a number of line items just by a small amount each in order to achieve the 52,000, primarily through marketing dollars, but there might be other areas that we could take small amounts from.
Okay, now to answer your initial question, Mayor, I don't need them voted on separately anymore.
Okay. Okay, so we will vote on the amendment as a whole. And I'll go back to Councillor Turnbull, because I think you have a little bit more time for closing, if there's anything else you'd like to say.
I know we're tight for time, and I don't want to say too much. I feel like I already spoke passionately about this, but it does mean a lot. There was 2.1 not included in this budget, and this is just a small signal saying that accessibility does matter, and that 30% of those people do matter, and expanding that service on Sunday does go a long way. We heard from lots of delegates yesterday. I think it seems like a little amount, and I know we talked about it a lot. It means a lot. This conversation and this dollar amount means a lot to a lot of people who've been left out of the conversation, and it will be really meaningful, and I really hope to have all of your support. Thank you for taking this time with me on this maybe smaller dollar amount, but a ginormous impact and a ginormous conversation our community needs to continually have to include everyone in our population in these conversations. So thank you for getting here with me, and thank you for your patience. And after this amendment, I will wait my turn for another one and pass it on.
Okay, thank you. So I will turn to the clerks to start the vote. Councillor Mancinelli, can I get your vote, please?
I'll vote in favor.
Mayor Brzezinski, the motion passes in a vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Burton, Rashovich, Turnbull, Zakitniak, Saklis, Flores, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against was Councillor Bezo.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go just to confirm, Councillor Turnbull, are you anything else on, so we're back to the main motion now? And you said you're good? Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll move to Councillor Saklis.
Oh, everyone's had a chance already? Is this round 2?
No, you're number 3 on round 1.
I thought I already had one. Oh.
Sorry to have to be the one to give you that news.
All right. Guess who's not ready? Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit, if I could, through the mayor, thank you, on something that was central to my campaign, and that was the call for a strengthening of the Office of the City Auditor General. And I have a motion to that regard. Before I bring it up, I thought I would just quote from my own website that independent City Auditor Generals are responsible for assisting City Council in holding itself and city administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and for the achievement of value for money in city operations. Pretty much every major Canadian city from coast to coast has one. People at home who are watching should know we haven't had one for a very long time, and we just reestablished this 2 years ago, Nikki, roughly. So good on us. But he is so far behind that I think he needs help. So my motion is to try and help our Auditor General. I'm just scrolling down to get the words of the motion.
It's up on the screen there if you.
I do not need to scroll down any longer. If someone would like to second the motion, basically I'm asking that 2 full-time equivalents be added to support the internal auditor to address the backlog I just mentioned. Nikki tells me that we'll probably need 1 additional admin person to add to that. And I'd like it to be called the Office of the Auditor General to match up with some of the other cities. Looking for support on that.
So just to confirm, are you wanting to change this to 3 FTEs then with that admin person, or stay at 2?
Is that what I would call for? 2.5? How do you number it internally? It's up to you.
Looking for a full-time admin person?
Well, maybe Nikki can clarify.
Through the mayor, I think this is in relation to a conversation that had happened at a different council meeting where we had talked about if you were to significantly increase the number of internal audits being done, you would also have to offset it with an FTE on the administration side, because with the recommendations, we use like a project manager to give the information to the internal auditor to drive the work, because it's generally across the organization, and then to track the efforts.
Yeah.
So if you've got an internal auditor doing way more work, you've got administration now doing way more work tied to change management and new processes.
Can we just help the gang here understand what way more means compared to what they're doing now?
I'm trying to think. Internal auditor did how many audits last year? Anyone know off the top of their?
So he does 4 audits a year, sorry, through the chair. So currently, right now, our internal audit department does roughly 4 audits a year.
So I guess I guess we just need to get the number of it from Councillor and. Yeah, because we still need to get a seconder for this as well.
yeah.
So I guess the short answer, as best we can surmise, 2 or 3, we should get that set up before we get into the debate around it, and then we can kind of get into the discussion, but we should get
Gotcha.
this on the floor.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
do we want to start at 3, Councillor, or 2? It's up to you.
We'll make it 3 and we'll figure it out from
Why
there.
don't we put 3, and
Yeah.
then we can get a seconder, and then the discussion can ensue from there, and then we can obviously adjust from there. Okay, so I'll ask with that, is there a seconder for this motion? Hold on. Councillor Mancinelli, I saw as a seconder? Okay, so Councillor Zakiniak, do you have a point of clarification?
Sure. So, so what I think is needed here is the monetary, like what are we talking about? Not 3 FTEs, how much money we're talking about, and where that money would be allocated from. Is it the mill rate? Is it a reallocation? My understanding was.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same
Okay.
question. If Councillor Sickley's, if you had any idea of where you were thinking for whether this was a mill rate increase or reallocation, or what your thoughts were on that. I think that'd be a good clarification for the amendment.
Yeah, I think it would be too, and I would be much easier, it would be much easier for me to answer this if we got to some of the bigger dollar items that are going to be coming up from our fellow councillors. I was kind of hoping we could do those first, and when those savings come in, then we have the money to potentially pay for this.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, and also, sorry, the amount too, right? What's 3 FTEs? What's the dollar amount for that? Like that clarity is needed as well.
Okay, hang on.
Well, that's why we should have done a big one, right?
So it's 380,000 currency.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna call for a 5-minute recess, and we're just gonna get some clarification, and we'll be right back. Okay, if the folks can take their seats, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. How close was I to 5 minutes? Okay. Hang on. Okay, Councillor Sickley, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, contrary to my last two amendments, I truly am here to save money. So let's get on to that part. I wanted to talk a little bit, if we could, with respect to the electric bus contract.
So just with this amendment?
Oh,
can you
yeah,
just- can
bye.
you-
See ya.
Okay, so you'd like to pull this amendment off?
I'd like to pull it
Okay.
for the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, and then go ahead with what you'd like to discuss
Yeah.
now for.
And it's going to be mostly a, a discussion, question and answer with admin on this. We, we've committed to some buses, 7 this year and 13 next year. And there was something that I was trying to reference from one of our documents. I'm just bringing it up now. Please bear with me. This is from a administration update from administration back in February with respect to the electric buses. The funding from those buses comes from what we call the Transit Fleet Reserve. And it's anticipated that this reserve will be in a negative balance by 2027. Given the state of the reserve and a reduction in the amount of funding given to the purchase of electric buses, it will not be financially sustainable to continue to purchase electric buses past 2026. I don't know if anybody knows that or has paid attention to that. It's also been clarified that Regina is unlikely to receive additional funding once the city has completed the facility upgrades and purchased the 20 electric buses. Thus, a revised forecast of the Transit Fleet Reserve with the baseline funding has been forecasted for the next 5 years. If the City of Regina continues to purchase only electric buses after these initial 20 instead of diesel, the city will require an additional $20 million for new buses in that 5-year time frame. What are we going to do? That is my question. Well, both payments for both sets of buses have happened this year and last year. So we're paying. Money's coming out of our account going to Nova Bus now.
Okay, I'm going to ask admin a question just to clarify. So I just want to know the implications of because this is talk about the 2026 budget, but if looking at this motion, would the decision have to be made now in order to impact that particular amendment? Or could this be a part of 2026 budget deliberations to allow the years to align? Oh, sorry, and yeah, and I do see that it does mention scaling back the size of the garage, so that would be now, I would assume, but I'll just get clarification from Mr. Doney. Please go ahead.
Through the chair. So in 2023, City Council approved funding for the purchase of electric buses and for installation of electrical charging at our transit facility. So contracts are already in place for both the equipment and the buses. And so there'd be significant impacts if we were to change those contracts. I'll leave it at that for right now, but I can give more details if you'd like.
Okay, Councillor Sickley, I'll just check if you're good to open it up to your colleagues for questions, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead. Oh, sorry. I need a seconder for that. I forgot about that. Councillor Bezo, thank you. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Just remembering back previous year, we already had an effect on this reserve and the electric bus purchase. I think that triggered some renovations of buses, as well as change in the procurement of electric buses in the future. I'm pretty sure that I was pretty fond of the adjustments made. I think they had something to do with refurbishing a whole bunch of buses that come to the end of their life instead of purchasing new in years to come, as well as using the electric buses in peak seasons to avoid fuel costs and to hybrid the two electric and diesel bus systems for peak efficiency use in climate for both. Am I misunderstanding administration's plan?
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So as mentioned, we have many options going forward to ensure we have reliable buses on the road, and so currently our environmental and sustainability framework directs us to buy electric buses along with our transit master plan. However, we will continue to look at the cost of electric buses, diesel buses, and rehabilitating existing diesel buses to ensure that we are financially sustainable in the future. And if any changes need to be made, we would make sure council has that information before we go forward. So there's a range of options, as you mentioned, Councillor Mancinelli, that we're looking to ensure that we can reduce the overall cost and meet our environmental goals.
And so if I look at this motion, what I'm basically pulling away is grant money to purchase or to implement electric bus use. I'm not actually saving taxpayers' money. I'm making sure that we don't take advantage of grant money on the table, thereby locking in fuel costs without having an option we never had in the past to alleviate fuel costs, and making sure that our fleet stays that way. Is that kind of what this leans towards?
Through the chair, yeah, I would generally agree with that. We are receiving 50% grant funding on our electric buses and our charging equipment, and so 52.2 million was approved by council, and 50% of that is coming from the federal government if we follow through with our commitments.
And with this hybrid plan, you talked about a refurbished plan for diesel buses in the future. Can you just remind me what the cost of a new diesel bus would be and what the cost to your refurbishment plan, because that's now a new option, what that looks like going forward?
Through the chair, I'll give you a bit of detail, but ask Mr. Looning to give us some more clarification. And so Mr. Looning will give you some information, but what I want to just clarify is that costs are changing regularly, particularly in our electric buses and diesel buses, and with the uncertain future we have in front of us with tariffs. So I'll ask Mr. Looning to give us a bit of an overview of the different costs that we see them as of today, knowing that those will change in the future.
Appreciate that.
Through the mayor, as stated, yeah, pricing is changing quite rapidly in the bus market, but currently we can buy a new diesel bus for $850,000. We have invested a refurbishment program of our diesel buses, and we can refurbish a bus between $350,000 to $400,000, and that will extend the life of the bus 8 to 10 years.
I appreciate the cost-cutting measures that you guys have put in to date. I appreciate the fact of looking for grant money to offset fuel costs to the city, and I can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Beazle. Go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Just discussing some of the documentation that we received from administration. There's $20 million in the reserve right now. After this electric bus purchase and some upgrades, we're going to drive that down to zero. And then by 2026-27, we'll be in a $20 million deficit if we go down that path of carrying on with the EVs. We just heard that it's $400K for refurbishment, which will give us 8 to 10 years, $850K for a new bus, which will give us approximately 17 years worth of life. I've got a couple questions. One is, what is the purchase, or what would be the purchase of a new electric bus without any federal government subsidies?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor. When we purchased these first electric buses, we got the price locked in at $1.37 million. Prices today have risen, and they are expected to be $1.8 million each.
Okay, so with $1.8 million, we can either buy 2 brand new buses versus the 1, or we can refurbish, I'm going to say 3 to 4 buses, if not closer to 5 if these prices keep escalating. So from your numbers, we can buy 1 electric bus and have 1 more bus on the road, or we can refurbish 4 to 5 electric or 4 to 5 conventional buses to keep those in service. In the meantime, the refurbishment is $400K, so for $2 million we can have the fleet running, or we can spend $20 million to replace a few buses. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. Sorry. Through you, Mayor. So the math there, and the numbers that you provided sound accurate. I will say that at this time, that is what we know now. We don't know if there will be future funding opportunities for bus purchases, whether it is electric or diesel. And so we will provide an update in that when we come closer to the 2026 budget. Right now, no decisions need to be made at this moment, but we'll provide more information during the 2026 budget deliberations.
Okay, just for some clarification, as we sit around this table and we're going to deliberate a fairly substantial ask, and we talk about affordability, I want to talk about an affordable government. $3.1 million is equal to 1% mill rate. Your own report states $20 million a year for new electric buses, which is not sustaining, meaning we are going to be faced with about a 6% a year mill rate to go down this path. So I'm going to ask administration, if we go down this path beyond this year for electric buses, how do you plan on funding this?
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So currently, our environmental and sustainability framework and our transit master plan does direct us to buy electric buses. Of course, we will look at costs of electric buses, diesel buses, and rehabilitation, and provide that to council to make the best choice. And so, if you look at page 31, the fleet reserve there, just to adjust a few numbers, by 2029, we're showing a deficit of about 18.1 million. And so we can't have that, and some decisions need to be made by council in the future, not necessarily today for 2025 budget, but beyond 2025, some changes have to be made, whether that's increases in taxes to support that, whether that's changing to diesel buses, or maybe that's receiving grant funding from the federal or provincial government.
Okay, couple more comments here. There is a very wise man, I believe he is Albert Einstein. He said, a wise person learns from someone else's mistakes. The city of Winnipeg went down this path, pulled away from it recently because of affordability issue, knowing full well that these buses are $1.8 to $2 million each, recognizing the fact that it's not affordable. We talk about sustainability. I want to talk about budget sustainability. Going down this path, we do not have a budget sustainability. We will be forced with a 6% per year mill rate increase specifically for an electric bus. And we know full well we can refurbish buses at $400,000 each to extend the life for the same lifespan of an electric vehicle. So when we look down the affordability framework and affordable government, we have to make the decision on what is the right option. So that in mind, what would be the solution to not go down this path?
Through the chair. So as we get confirmed pricing for both diesel buses and rehabilitating existing buses, administration will look at all the costs to purchase and to maintain all those three options, and we would provide a recommendation to council to make a decision on what the best path forward is for the city.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. I first would like, so I'm looking at the amendment, and I'm actually wondering, as a starting point, what parts of this amendment are actually relevant to the 2025 budget. So I don't want to talk about the 2026 budget. I want to know what in here is proposed in 2025, and that's not clear to me from this amendment. So I guess that's a question, is that to the mover or administration?
I think maybe Mr. Doney, I think he kind of touched on that because we have existing contracts in place. Maybe I'll get you to just expand on that. What implications of this budget would that hold?
Sure. So just to talk to the 2025 budget, if you go to page 129, it looks at our transit fleet, and so you'll see 23.782 million has been pre-approved by council in prior years.
Sorry, can you say that again, the number?
23.7 million.
23.7 million? Okay.
23.7 million has been pre-approved by council in that 2023, like I mentioned. So there's no decision needed today for 2025 budget because it's been made by previous councils.
Well, actually, if that was to provide clarity, what I heard from that is nothing. So is there anything in this motion that is relevant to the 2025 budget?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, the chair, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if we're going to cancel a contract for a future, we don't know what the penalty clause would be for that. So we'd have to find out an estimate of what the cost would be to council, as well as if it would impact any of the federal funding grants that we already have based on the contracts we've already signed. So I can't tell you right now, but we would have to do an estimate to try and figure out what, if any, penalty would be charged for canceling the contract, and then down the river what the feds would say once we did that.
So canceling the contract for 2026?
Correct. We'd most likely have to pay a penalty in 2025 to cancel that contract.
So I'm going to say, because, where do I even begin? Okay. So just, I guess this is to the mover now. So why you're proposing to move forward with this today is because you want to explore the penalty fees for canceling the contract in 2025. Is that the relevance to the 2025 budget?
Yes, partially, yeah.
Okay. And to explore how much funding we might lose from the federal government.
Yes.
Excellent. So,
There's another risk too, reputational risk to the city.
right, I agree. It is a reputational risk to the city to cancel funding agreements with the federal government. Now, so I did flag that in one of the responses that we get 50% from the federal government if we follow through with our commitments. So if we don't follow through with the commitments we previously made, I think that's where Mr. Anderson's point's coming forward. We could risk not following through on the funding commitment and having some sort of financial penalty. Okay, seeing lots of head noddings. Okay. Can someone from administration, we've talked about the expenses of electric buses. We've talked ad nauseum about electric buses, but sure, let's do it some more. Can someone talk about the savings associated with an electric buses and the environmental benefits? Who would like to take that? You can just pull up our counselor newsletter for the past 8 months.
Mr. Doney, I see you
there.
nodding your head.
Through the chair, I will start, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Looning to give us a bit more detail. So as I think everyone knows, electric buses are higher capital costs than diesel buses, and this is based on our contracted amounts that we have. So not the new amounts, but the existing amounts. And so if we look at the overall operating costs of ownership, which is about 17 years, we see it's about $400,000 cheaper to operate an electric bus versus a diesel bus. And of course, there's other greenhouse gas emission savings where there's very little, well, no direct emissions from operating electric buses versus diesel buses. So that's information based on contracts that we have for our existing e-buses.
Sorry, so you said $400,000 cheaper to operate an electric bus?
Through the chair, over the 17 years, when we look at the cost to purchase a bus and
$400,000 cheaper.
And the cost to maintain and depreciation, we see it being cheaper based on our contracted costs that we have currently.
That's interesting. That sounds like a cost savings to me. Efficiencies. Now, I also heard administration state that our energy and sustainability framework, and if I'm not mistaken as well, our transit master plan directs us to purchase electric buses. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So to the clerk, how do we move, so we have master plans telling us to purchase electric buses. If council wishes to do something different, wouldn't that require a reconsideration of those council-directed plans?
Well, through you, Mayor, the Transportation Master Plan is just that, it's a plan. It's the funding, until the funding is approved and provided, the plan doesn't come to fruition. So I would respectfully suggest that there's a very strong argument that could be made that it's the budget decision that ultimately makes the decision here. You can have every strategic plan in the world, but if you don't have the money to implement it, you don't have a plan.
So there is a piece in here, aside from canceling the electric bus contract and all the risks associated with that, scale back the garage renovations, like what is intended by that? Please, through the chair, to the mover.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Not
7
really.
buses versus 20. You don't need that many chargers anymore.
Okay, so when you say garage renovations, what you're actually trying to say is chargers. Is that accurate? That's more self-explanatory to me.
Actually, all of it is in the books that we've been given to read and the details. So you just
It's your motion.
talk about
I'm
ad
trying to get some
nauseam.
clarity.
Let me finish.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. I think what I will respectfully ask is that it sounds like those who have strong opinions on this topic, either voting for or against, probably have in their mind where they will vote. What I would respectfully ask is that anybody who hasn't spoken yet, with their light on, if there's something, piece of new information you're looking for to help you with your decision, then that would be something to bring forward to help you make your decision on this amendment.
Okay, I still have a bit more time.
That's fine. I just want to set some tone because I want to make sure we're having.
Well, I still don't have clarity on what's meant with garage renovations.
Well, I
It's
think
fine, you all know how I feel about this motion. I also want to flag the Audit and Finance Committee, like, if this were to pass, no, this doesn't go to the Audit and Finance Committee. All of council needs to be part of this decision process. I have so many red flags with this motion. We talked about the risks, the financial penalties. It's not cost savings. We're going to have to pay penalties if this motion goes ahead. I could not be more strongly opposed to this motion.
Okay. I will go to, again, anybody looking for additional context or information? Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I just kind of, I think we've already talked about it, but in the way I see this is that this was approved in 2023. Was that out of the budget from 2023 or what, like, can we get some clarification on that? The motion was passed then to purchase buses, correct?
Through the
Mr.
chair.
Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, that's correct. It was part of the 2023 budget, and we needed, obviously, advance approval to have that done, so we could enter into contracts. Typically, buses take somewhere between 1 to 2 years to be delivered.
So if we were to pay a penalty to cancel contracts that are already in motion, what does that amount to for us?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll ask legal to weigh in. So when we're canceling contracts that we have in place, it's typically a negotiation or a legal settlement, which is very unpredictable about what we would have to pay for a contract cancellation. I'll let Ms. Williams give a bit more details of what that could look like.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the mayor. As Mr. Doney indicated, it is a bit unpredictable in terms of what any type of a negotiation with respect to a settlement and this kind of a contract, when we're backing out of a contract, may look like. It is a negotiation. There's no, with respect to this contract, we finalized the contract for the purchase of the 2025, the 7 buses in 2025, and the 13 buses in 2026. That's a finalized contract. The buses for 2025 are being delivered. We can't back out of that. With respect to the 2026 buses, it's a finalized contract, and there's no guarantee that we would be able to, at this point, get out of that contract. It would be a negotiation. And they are not, the vendor isn't under any obligation to negotiate even with us, like for us to get out of that contract. So it would be a negotiation with them, and I can't predict what kind of fees or penalties might come along with that until we had an opportunity to engage in that negotiation, if that's what we were directed to do. With respect to the federal funding as well, and I think this is also a part of that, is that the grant contains a clause that allows Canada to require all of that money to be returned if, at its option, in the event that the project is originally set out in that agreement doesn't proceed. So that's typical of federal funding. So whether they do that or not, that's at their discretion.
Okay, so what I heard in that is that we're pretty much committed to this going forward, and it would cost us, and getting out of the contract or with the vendor is a potential risk as well of not. Ultimately, we could still end up paying for nothing, is what I'm asking.
Through the mayor, with respect to the 2026 purchases of the 13 buses, there's risk that yes, there would be a cost to get out of that contract, and there's no guarantee we can, but if we can negotiate out of it, that's a possibility, and we could, if we're directed to do that, or administration's directed to do that, we can engage in those conversations. There's no guarantee we can get out of that, just because that is a finalized agreement already at the direction of council from the 2023 motion that was passed.
Okay, thank you. And so 23.7 million is what's committed for which year? Is that for all of the buses?
Sorry, I'll turn that over to Mr. Joni to respond.
Through the chair, so the 23.7 million is what's in the 2025 budget. That was pre-approved.
And so half of that cost is borne by the federal government, correct?
Through the chair, yes. So everything that we're spending on electric buses and facilities is 50% funded by the city and 50% by the federal government.
So that's 50% of 23.7.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it, thanks.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just provide a bit more clarity that the 52.2 million is the total project, and so 50% of that is coming from the feds, and we would suggest that 50% of that is at risk if we did not go through with the purchase of electric buses, so approximately 26 million.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
I guess sometimes being sustainable is unsustainable, I guess. That's what I'll say. So, I mean, I think it's worth looking into, asking the question. Because obviously, going down the road, we can't go down this path. And we don't know how they're going to work. We should have bought probably 2, tried them out, and see how they work before you come in with 20. So, again, that's not this council's, I guess, problem. But we're inheriting a bit of a problem. So, but yeah, I think we should at least ask the question what it could cost us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just looking for some validation from the administration about the financial situation we find ourselves in after these 2 years. And then if in 27, 28, 29 we show 9, 15, 16 million, if we went back to diesel at that point and just continued with our purchases for 25, 26 of electric, would that have a mitigating effect on the depletion of the bus reserves?
Through the chair, I didn't quite capture all that, but I think what I heard is basically
validation of the scenario of depleting the reserves for the buses if we continue down this path. But if we did also finish the purchase of these 2 years of electric buses, and then in 27, 28, 29 went back to diesel, would that have an impact on the cost because the buses are cheaper that would not see the skyrocketing values of 9, 15, 16 million per year?
Through the chair, regardless if we buy diesel or electric buses, we're still predicting that there'll be a deficit in 2029. And of course that amount changes. If it's electric buses, then we'll have a higher capital, so that deficit will be higher. And if it's diesel, then it will be lower. But right now, there's not a path that has a positive amount in the fleet reserve at the end of 2029, unless administration puts forward increases going forward to replenish that fleet reserve, knowing that about 8.4 million was pulled out last year to do funding for other items.
Okay. During our break, I was chatting a bit there, and through the chair, with the carbon tax being repealed here and there being a difference on fuel prices, does that make a difference on the net benefits that we would see going with electric over the next few years, and to what extent or what kind of value could you place on that?
Through the chair, I can't put a value on that. I would expect that if the carbon tax was removed, that fuel would drop by a few cents a liter. I don't have numbers.
15 or 17?
Yeah, so that would obviously need to be determined in our future calculations, and that's why I'm very, very careful to say this is what we know today. Tomorrow, whether it's the price of buses or the price of gas changing, has an impact on all of our assumptions.
Okay. Just a last question through the chair. If we made a decision to cancel the 26 buses now versus later this year, early into next year's budget season, and we're negotiating cancellation fees or various things like that, would there really be a difference in the penalties we might pay deciding that later as things shake out with governments and taxes and the various things that are coming down the pipe?
Through the chair, I would expect the longer that you wait, the increase, or the worse negotiating position we are at. Even right now, we are fully committed, 100% committed to these 20 buses, including the 13 that are coming in 2026. They are in production. So I do not think we're at a very good spot for negotiation. I don't usually give my opinion, but I don't think this is the best way to move forward to save costs in 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's clear to me that cancellation will forego tens of millions of dollars and present us as an untrustworthy partner to the federal government for future grants. I'd ask if we can vote on this, please, so we can move forward to a very large agenda in front of us this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro, and great timing because I see nobody else to speak anyway, so I'm going to ask Councillor Sickley's to close and then we'll vote. No, Councillor Bezo already spoke. Go ahead, Councillor Sickley, you can close.
Would you like me to close?
If you have anything further to say, and then once you're good, then we can start the vote.
No, I don't want to make trouble for us as a city, but if someone has an alternative to 6% mill rate increases, let me hear them. Haven't heard any.
Okay.
So I'm warning you.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please, on this amendment.
Mayor Brzezinski, the amendment has failed in a vote of 3 in favor, 8 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Bezo, Rashevitz, and Siklis. Voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to Councillor Sickley's on the main motion, and then obviously if you have other amendments, you can bring those forward in the time you have. So we're back, so we did that amendment, but we go back to your original 5 minutes that you have a portion of still. So if there's any other amendments that you want to bring forward for the first round? Nope, okay. Okay, so I'm going to move then to, and I'm just going to make one point, as I did yesterday, we will be hard stop at 5 o'clock. I think it's necessary for everybody to take that break as well. So we will not be extending. We'll be finding a good place before 5 o'clock to stop today. So with that, I'm going to move to Councillor Mancinelli. This is on the main budget motion.
Thank you. Sure, remind everyone about time when it's my turn to start up. Today, I'm going to start up by moving amendment on behalf of administration. It's kind of just a correction for the budget book. And the city clerk has a copy. It's basically that the general capital budget, as outlined in Appendix A of the 2025 budget book, capital plan, page 114, for multi-year projects that require future commitments for 2026 be increased from $35,031,000 to $39,931,000 and include the following adjustments to the list of capital projects. Under programs, the expressway lighting renewal for $600,000. The city needs to procure materials to award some projects within the expressway. The SIRP road plan for $5 million. They need to award contracts before the budget approval to increase the chance of a favorable pricing. The residential road renewal plan for $10 million, much as the same as the street renewal plan. Contracts need to be awarded for budget approval to increase the chance of favorable pricing. New and enhanced traffic control for $2.150 million. The city needs to procure material and award contracts before budget approval to meet construction timelines for traffic and signal and pedestrian corridor construction. Traffic infrastructure renewal for $1 million. The city needs to procure material and award contracts before budget approval to meet construction timelines for traffic signals and pedestrian corridor rehabilitation. Vision Zero for $1.150 million. The city needs to procure materials and award some safety and traffic calming projects within the program early to meet construction timelines integrated with signal construction. Contracts also require execution before construction season starts. So although this is in the 2025 budget book, These commitments are for the 2026 budget year, so it doesn't affect the budget in front of us as we're speaking of it today. It's for the multi-year budgeting, and it's just a correction for a couple errors, I believe is the best way to describe it, although I don't know if the administration wants me to say errors or not. Maybe they've had updated estimates, and they just want to provide good, updated, transparent information. So that'd be my first motion on behalf of administration. Yep.
Okay, we'll look for a seconder. Councillor Fro. Thank you. Okay, and with that, I will open it up for questions. I see Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, so this is like, just to be clear, you're moving this first page to start, okay? And so my question is, so just if, I see the rationale that administration put in here, but if you can give some additional clarity of why it is that you're needing to, if you have anything else to add on any of these, first of all, and second of all, is this an unusual amount of pre-funding that you're requesting? Just help like put some context to all of these, please.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Yeah, Shannon, so this was just a miss in the budget book, to be honest, so I'm gonna wear that. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, for correcting it. And this is, and I'll get Mr. Doney to speak to the ongoing, but this is our general ongoing things that we will start contracting in the fall for next year. Maybe I'll
Through the mayor, yeah, as Mr. Anderson mentioned, this is a normal practice. So in December of 2024, you guys approved advance approval for 2025. And so what we're looking for here now is advance approval for 2026. And this is strictly so we can do the design work, the planning, and make sure that we have contracts out early in the year and get the best pricing possible.
Okay, but hearing that, so I hear it was a miss in the budget book, that helps me understand where it's coming from. And then secondly, so this, okay, so, but this has no implication then on the budget this year, right? This is a next year, all of these expenditures are for 2026, for the sake of clarity.
Correct. So this just gives us the ability to start the process in the fall because we have a large procurement process and for our regular programming. So this isn't something special.
This is not a special programmed event. Got it. Okay, so thanks. I'm good. I support this.
Okay. Thank you. And seeing no other questions, I'll give it back to Councillor Mancinelli if there's anything further to add on that. Nope. Okay, and in that case, we will start the vote on that.
Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor were Councillor Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, Burton, Bazo, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor Brzezinski. Voting against were Councillors Rasovich and Siklis.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, back to you for the main motion.
Except that I have another amendment on behalf of administration to put on the floor right now. This one here is just cleaning up the capital carry forward items that are left kind of orphaned and putting them back into the respective reserves, mainly general fund reserve, but also the asset revitalization reserve. The list of projects are J1277, the Viterra rail line development for $6 million. It goes into the asset revitalization reserve. J1272, Oracle iProcurement implementation, $350,000 to the general fund. J1273, Oracle lifecycle cost management implementation for $1.365 million to the general fund. J1090, parks and facilities yard development, $59,619 to the general fund. J1265, Transit Downtown Facility Development, $1,070,000 to the general fund. J1249, the GM Building Divestment, $196,186 to the general fund. A1270, Victoria Avenue Expressway Lighting Additions, $200,079 to the general fund. F1132, Ring Road Rail Grade Crossing Relocation, Preliminary Design, $1.367, $1.4 million to the general fund. F0109, Hyperion Upgrade, $100,000 to the general fund. Another identified item is J1127, general fund available, or funding available for reallocation to go back to the general fund in the amount of $371,531. So the move on the table is to put these back into the general fund. Before I open it up for questions to everyone, I'll just have a little bit of an explanation from administration, especially with the lines designating not to be closed and what this means to move this money back into the general fund from the projects.
And just before we do that, I'm just going to get a seconder for that motion. Councillor Sickley's, thank you. And then I'll pose the question to, or Councillor Mancinelli's question to admin. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through you, the chair. Yes, so these are projects that were deemed not going forward in the near future. And so we wanted to return the funds that were sitting in carry forward back into the general reserve fund so that we could keep our mill rate ask down for this year. Those are the ones that remain open. The ones that are closed are substantially complete, and that's what we have left. So it's just, you know, that's what we do every year. If we complete a project under budget, then we would return it back to the general fund.
Thank you. And with these put in the general fund, where should we be sitting at a balance on that general fund?
In terms of which date, like December 31st?
Yeah, well, what's available in the reserve? We have a minimum max recommendation for the reserve. We're putting a bunch of money back in. We had some investment money go in there. How are we sitting at our reserve balances?
Through the chair, so good question. I think we're somewhere close to being in between the min and max. It all depends on some last entries that we have here on year end. Okay. So we haven't finalized our year end yet. We got the audits done of all of our community partners, and now we're finalizing our stuff.
Yeah, well, we're about to pass a budget with an 8.5% recommendation for a tax increase to the residents of Regina. The savings of the residents of Regina, as well as the investment income that comes from those savings that they've put through from their tax dollars, have a big play on that. They have in the other 10 budgets I've done. I'd really like to know how our reserves are sitting so we can balance that decision. Before I go reaching in everyone's pocket for their hard-earned money, if we have available funds that has already been saved that they pay taxes for, I'd sure like to have an access point to them and understand what they are. So is there any way we can get a more finalized answer? I know it's somewhere between 18 and 21 million recommended. On our last budget, we were sitting below the recommended minimum. There was a $3 million ask for a pathway. The pathway never got materialized. That $3 million went to the Globe Theatre to fix their front steps. We've since had investment income go in there as well as this. That accounts, and if I just have a running tally, it puts us closer to 30 million. But I don't have updated numbers like you guys have, and I'd really like to have those numbers to represent my residents well and help their money be spent smartly.
And through the chair, so excellent question. I would say right now in terms of the general fund, so I don't have, like we have 23 funds, so where we're at with all of them, most likely for December 31st, we're going to be lower than we were forecasting due to the heavy snows and some other higher than expected costs in transit. So it's more complex this year because of the split. So when council decided to take any overages of budget for investment income and split it between the two reserves, historically any overage would go just to cover sort of a regular deficit. Now it looks like we'll probably end up with a deficit, but that's because, so that'll reduce the general fund, but then we'll be putting back half of what we're over in investment income back into it and have a couple $1 million net negative to that after those two movements.
Through the chair, your last forecast said $7 million to the good in the third quarter of 2024, so now you're telling me it fell to a deficit in the last part.
Yeah, and again, sorry, through the chair, Again, with the complexities of how we handle investment income now, I'm going to have to reserve that till when we have year-end numbers. But we're having more ins and outs than we would normally have. Is probably the easiest way for me to say it. Overall, we're going to be right at the bottom level and maybe a little below of the minimum for the general reserve is what it's looking at right now.
Appreciate it. Apologize for the pressure I'm putting on, but once
No
again,
problem.
it's either my residents save the money or the city saves the money. And when it's their money, I don't want to collect it ahead of time. So I also realize I'm not talking to the amendment I put up, so I better shut up now. Apologies.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, I'll look to others for questions on this. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so while Councillor Mancinelli was talking, I added up, perhaps with some errors, but I think what I added up in terms of what's being added to the general fund reserve on here is $5 million, like slightly over 5 million. I don't know if you have any sense if that sounds about right, because people don't generally rely on me for math calculations. So.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So yes, that's roughly right. And to Councillor Mancinelli's point, what he was speaking to is exactly what we did as administration, was we looked at our projects and said, okay, we have some that are looking years out in the future. So rather than dip into our residents' pockets for this year, we allocated the money back to the reserve and then back into projects for 2025 so that we lowered the overall impact for the mill rate, essentially. And that's why we're putting this forward.
And what is the minimum and maximum recommended general fund reserve balance?
I'm going to ask Ms. Kralik to answer that.
Through the chair, the minimum recommended balance is 23 million. The maximum balance is 46.
Okay. Yeah, from my recollection last term, we're still a ways off from what I think is even the minimum. So this is, I think, like good news, you know, found some money to reallocate in there. My question though is specific to, I think I understand most of them, why they're not going ahead. But if you can give an update about why Oracle and Hyperion not to be closed, okay. Those ones specifically, why are we recommending to reallocate that money to return it to source? So the update on those items.
And through the chair, yeah, those are administration decisions made, again, in mind that we tried to keep the mill rate as low as possible. And so we essentially decided to push those projects out in order to fund other projects that we found were more prudent for 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you for bringing this motion forward. For the administration at this point, we're unsure where we're sitting at the general reserve, 23, some or 46, maybe 30, we're not sure, maybe a deficit. Very concerning, as Councillor Mancinelli pointed out. The more concerning aspect is we asked for $11 million in the past for a 3.5% increase in the mill rate at one point in time, or funding from somewhere that equates to a 3.5% mill rate for work that we never did, is more of the concern. Going forward with reallocation to reserves, and just specifically with these kind of investments at $30 million, and speculating that's where we're sitting, or we're not sure, it's about a 1.5 million or a 0.5% mill rate increase. What is administration going to do to bring us some actual answers on the status of the reserves after today, to see what we can use from the reserves to fund some of these projects without going for the mill rate increase?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair, good question, Councillor Beazle. So our plan is in here. So again, we are very cognizant of going out to the mill rate. And so we've used reserves as efficiently as possible in the plan that's in the budget book.
Okay. going forward, we're going to a 25 budget season. I'm going to just throw this out there for a comment. Maybe you can come back at a later date for us. We just passed a motion that we're going to see a 12% mill rate increase probably about 2027. So for future comments, where should we have a reserve funding to fund that 12% mill rate increase for future years?
Sorry, we haven't put forward a 12% mill rate increase.
It's projected right now.
Sorry?
It's probably a projected mill rate increase.
Yeah, we would,
So I think,
through the chair, I think I would
Councillor,
defer
I
that
think
to future.
that's future years. I understand your point, but.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
I'll be quick. This J1127 says funding available for reallocation. I don't know what project this was. I just looked in the book. What was J1127?
J1127.
It just says, at the end of this, says plus other identified funding. J1127 funding available for reallocation. Like, what project did that come from?
Well, that's Ms. Kralik.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that project code or project per se is comprised of funding that's returned to a pool of money from completion of projects that have already been done and have had funds left over. So there's multiple projects within there. It's just the pool of money that we have there to reallocate to source.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will go back to Councillor Mancinelli to close.
Nope, I think that everything's been captured.
Okay, very good. And I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. Okay, and I'll go back to Councillor Mancinelli, back to the original budget motion. That's back to you.
I've had a little bit more budget time than others, and I see a lot of enthusiasm in the room to get through this. So I'm not going to introduce any other motions of my own right now. I'd like to speak and cooperate with my new colleagues and get through this. So I'll cede the floor now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, just doing a quick time check. We're 4:15, so we'll continue. Councillor Rasevich, you are up next.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First one up there? Gonna put it, or do you want me to, through the chair, I guess?
Yeah, so you just,
Okay, I'll move
whichever
in.
one you'd like to go,
Sure.
then
First,
we can bring it up.
I'll go with, well, first I'll just start with, everybody's talking about affordability. They campaign on affordability, savings, rising costs. Well, I haven't seen us saving a bunch of money here yet. So here's my first one, yes or no? You know what, let's delay, administration, you directed to defer funding of $450,000 for bike lanes to the 2026 budget development process. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but I say we defer it and try to save our residents some money. Because you know what, all my amendments, if I add them up, 5.7 million, city's asking for 6. You know what, because without this, we're going to be still asking for residents for 5.8 to 6% mill rate increase. So, you know what? I think it's time to step up. If we're going to keep talking about saving money and some affordability, it's time to do something. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so I'll ask for a seconder for the motion up top there from somebody. Councillor Burton? Okay, and I will open it up for questions on the amendment. As shown on the screen there, I see Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just going to speak once as it relates to transportation, transit, active transportation, but I want to speak to the economics of it, if I may, with my time. That's all I'll say on this matter, is that when we invest into active transportation like bike lanes, and when we invest into transit, because I suspect that's about to come, we save money. We reduce commute times, we increase accessibility, we enhance land use, which leads to encouraged density and mixed-use developments. So if we're focused on dollars and cents, which is good, and we should be, when we invest into active transportation, not only does it support our residents, but it saves money. In fact, every $1 we invest into it, and these are third-party numbers, we have about a $5 return. We reduce the strain on our infrastructure, we reduce vehicle operating costs, there's reduced collision savings, and of course it reduces emissions. But I think Saskatoon has actual practical numbers, which I'd encourage us all to look at. When they examined active transportation and they did a rapid bus transit study, they looked at the user, financial, environmental, and socioeconomic impacts, and they projected a savings over the life of their active transportation and public transport plan of nearly $280 million. Roughly for every dollar they spent, they got 2.5 in return. So what I'd like to say, actually, is that we need to be really careful. It's good for residents and businesses to have a connected city. Congestion's bad for the environment, but it's also bad for the economy and our bottom line. It costs us money. So if we find ourselves cutting funds to transit, bike lanes, and active transportation more broadly, not only will it not save money, it will cost us money and very likely cost us residents. So I respect my colleague. I'll be voting against any motions or amendments, rather, to cut active transportation or transit more broadly for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other questions, so, oh, sorry, I do see a question. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm sure there's passion on all sides for all these things with bike lanes and transportation and stuff there. This morning as I drove to City Hall in my vehicle, I passed a biker on the bike lanes on Lawrence Street, and it's the first one I've seen in ages. Yes, there are some people that bike all winter, and I said, do you do this all winter? He said, no, it was a good day today, so we did that. And I regularly drive down Lawrence Street and Smith Street, and I see a few bikers. But for me, the biggest thing is I don't have the bigger plan. Deferring for 1 year to me means I'm willing to accept additional bike lanes at a certain point, but right now it's just a vague, nebulous item that I just do not have the insight I need to right now, and I'd like to understand more, and in a future year I would probably be inclined to support some of these, but this year I want to do what I can for the taxpayers and save that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I see Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Well, I guess it's no secret I'm an automotive guy, not much of a cyclist or a transit user. But since being part of the semicircle, I've figured out what incremental investment means. You can't put everything into something all at once. Some of these things take a long time to get off the ground, and sometimes it takes a long time to get the pieces to come together to make something. But when you're not rich, that means you have to put pennies in at a time and pennies in at a time. And definitely multimodal transportation has been getting incremental investment and not regularly. So it's a tight year. I can appreciate the passion for wanting to save some money, but because this has been so stalled for so long from implementation, I can't back the saving in this area. Even though it's not really for me or from some of my residents from their comments, sometimes you got to think of the city as a whole, and I understand the need for active transportation, so I can't back this right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to just say, I'm going to say active transportation, I do bike, and I bike everywhere. I haven't met a road, I haven't met a bike path, I haven't met anything that I can't bike down. I know we do have one dedicated bike lane on, I believe, is it Park Street?
No one uses.
That has a dedication. I'm just going to throw this out there. If we're looking at an investment of $450,000, we get a 2.5% return. It's about $1 million. So just for Park Street, for an example, can the administration comment on how much savings we've seen from that Park Street bike lane?
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think I would go back to some of the comments made by Councillor Fro. Like, if we're talking about savings based on cost of health, infrastructure, less vehicle use, no, we can't quantify that.
Okay, just clarify, so we can't really quantify any, there is a return. No, I fully agree, active and being healthy and biking and everything else, but to Councillor Rasovich's point too, is, we all campaigned on budget reductions, sharp tax increases. Councillor Burton, your ward saw a significant increase in taxation. This one little piece adds up to another little piece, adds up to another little piece. Pretty soon we're at 1%. That's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, I think things like this noticeably improve people's lives, whether we all agree with it or not. And I think it's important for us to think of our residents as a whole, right? Like, we all have our own life experiences. I don't support this at all because I have heard a lot of concerns from people that have a lot of knowledge and the importance of investing. And to Councillor Mancinelli's point, we can't do it all at once, but we have to start chipping away at it. And I don't think a small savings now, I don't think is going to make a big difference. I think it actually is going to end up costing more in the future as prices increase due to inflation, construction, and all of those things. So I don't support this. I think many of the residents of Regina wouldn't support this, and I think it's contradictory to what we're trying to do as a city, to be a city where people are able to enjoy things like bike lanes, things like that allow them to get around the city in a way that's not just cars, right? It goes beyond that, but I think for us, it's important to think long-term, big picture, and not lose sight of a small saving that will cost us more in the future.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be real quick. My only comment is this: as someone who actually does bike and parks my car for the summer and bikes all around in the city and even shop and put my groceries and bike with it, I want to see this go ahead, because honestly, at the rate that we are progressing on this, I'll be dead before the city is fully accessible with transportation for everyone. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich to close on this one.
Yeah, I'll just say again, you all campaigned on affordability. You all campaigned on trying to keep the mill rate low. And all I'm asking is 1 year. You know what? Take a pause. Because this is low-hanging fruit that we can give to our taxpayers as we have more time, only 4 months in council, to look for other long-term solutions. But this is just some immediate sort of relief to taxpayers so that we can, like I said, 5.7 million, I got in amendments. You know what? Because without this, you're going to be going to tax, you guys can explain why you're going to want 6 or more % mill rate. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I will go to the clerk to start the vote. Okay, so Councillor Zakidniak, you have to request.
Sorry, the clerk?
You have to ask council approval to change your vote.
Dear council, do I have approval to clearly indicate the vote as I had intended to do, which is no?
Is
Any opposed to that? To allow Councillor Zakidniak to vote as she intended? I see none, so we will allow Councillor Zakidniak to vote as she has indicated no.
Thank you.
So for the record, the amendment has been lost in a vote of 4 in favor, 7 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Burton, Bezo, Rasovitz, and Siklis. Voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor Brzezinski.
Thank you. And we will go back to Councillor Rasevich, back to the main motion, but then you can go to another amendment if you like. Go ahead.
Much. So I'll go to this one. That the requested amendment, the requested 7.7 million increase for transit be reduced by 3 million for approved, resulting in an approved increase of 4.7 million. So all I'll say about that is, so we've given electric buses like 23 or 28 million.
I'll just grab a seconder before we get into
okay,
it.
Sorry.
Somebody second the motion from Councillor Rasevich. Do we have it up? There we go. Okay, so seeing that, can I have a seconder for that motion from someone? Councillor Bezo? Thank you. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Rasevich.
Okay. So I guess of that 7.7 million, I think a majority of it, part of it's for reserve, part of it is to pay for more transit hours, et cetera. We've given more transit hours. We've given 25,000 more transit hours in the last 2 years. So that's not going away. All that'll do is probably take away money from the reserve, or I guess however administration wants to divide the money in terms of either making some cuts or no cuts or no money in reserve. So transit increased from 2023 to 2024, 4.5% ridership. The transit increase this year from last year is 26.5%. So I think we're doing more than enough for transit, that where I think, again, we could give our taxpayers some relief on the mill rate. And I guess what we probably end up taking away is money that goes to the reserve, which initially there was a reserve, was taken away. Now they're trying to raise more money on a mill rate to put back in a reserve. So again, sometimes these numbers, you know, back in 2019, 6.5%, the increase from 2019 to 2024 is 6.5% ridership. Like I said, 2023, 2024, plus we got free transit for 13 and under. We got tons of immigration, or tons of population growth, and you know, you have a small ridership gain. So I mean, I just, again, talking about affordability to your taxpayers, all the things you campaigned on. Here's your opportunity again to reduce the mill rate. And so I'll just leave it in your hands. If you've got some questions, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I first want to clarify that I did not campaign on reducing taxes, and so I think it would be really helpful if people spoke about themselves and what they campaigned on instead of making statements about what all of council did. Secondly, we talk about finding budget savings. Councillor Radins just found $300,000 extra, like that passed, so people are seeming to forget about that efficiency that was just amended. Never mind the efficiencies that our partner organizations voluntarily made to reduce the mill rate. It is not 8.5% anymore. So I just want to clear those things up to start. In terms of the 7.7 million increase for transit, I've got my breakdown here, but let's hear from administration. Can you break that number down so we can understand what is being proposed for transit? What's that $7.7 million being proposed for transit in 2025?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll provide some information, and if you'd like more details, we can go to Mr. Looning in a bit. So the $7.7 million increase is $4 million for increased expenses, which is to fund the 2024 increase in transit service that was approved by council last year, and to fund a portion of the 2025 transit hour increases. In addition, there's $3.1 million to transfer to the fleet reserve. We had that conversation just a few hours ago about how the fleet reserve needs to be increased funding, and so $3.1 million is going towards that. And we're projecting $650,000 less in revenue because our cash revenue is dropping.
Okay, also included in that number is $52,000 for new paratransit scheduling software. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So if you had a reduction of $3 million, an arbitrary reduction of $3 million, any sense of what cuts you would have to make?
Through the chair, so we typically would not like to reduce our level of service, so we wouldn't look to cut the 2024 service that has been approved by council in the past. We would likely not increase the service for 2025 as projected in the Transit Master Plan, and we likely would not transfer funding to the fleet reserve. So those numbers you've seen in the fleet reserve would be in a more negative position.
That's interesting because what was flagged as a major concern was the fleet reserve. So if this passes, you'll even have less money in the fleet reserve, which was a paramount concern a few moments ago. So in terms of new service that you would cut in 2025, can you maybe explain how it is that transit plans service? Like we have a transit master plan, there was community engagement that resulted in that plan. How do we determine what areas need new service?
Through the chair, in a moment I'll ask Mr. Looning to give more detail on how we plan transit, but as mentioned, the Transit Master Plan was done with lots of engagement to ensure we've got a long-term plan for our transit system, and I'll ask Mr. Looning to give a bit more details around that.
Through the Mayor, so yeah, the Regina Transit Master Plan was completed in 2022, and that was approved by Council. When we look at service hours and increases in the Master Plan, other properties were examined in terms of what service they provide, and it was found that Regina was underserved in terms of how many service hours we provide. So there was a dedicated plan to increase those service hours over the short term. And the service that we add in is where we see is the most need, whether there is a lower frequency, so moving from 60-minute service to 30-minute service, so customers have more options to take the bus, and those that have the highest ridership, where we're seeing more and more people get on the bus. So that's how we target those increases for transit.
Okay. So I heard you say it's to maximize also like the use of our transit system. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. What we've seen here in increases that we're proposing are services that we've heard that are wanted by residents and that are well used, and we want to continue to grow the ridership that we've seen increase in the last couple of years.
Right, because we want to make sure that when we have existing buses, we fill those buses full of people. How much money did it cost for us to do like the Transit Master Plan? How much money did that cost us? I don't know if you know off the top of your head.
No, through the Mayor. Off the top of my head, I believe that cost is probably $150,000 at the time.
Okay. So when we talk about, so what I did campaign on actually is being smart and efficient with our use of money. And so when we make plans and then we go back on those plans and say, never mind, we want to throw that in the garbage, we disregard this $150,000 Transit Master Plan, forget about contracts that we've made with the federal government, let's incur penalty fees. I don't see that as a very efficient use of money. I campaigned on being efficient with our money. Again, I don't see the efficiencies here. So no, of course I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I love that use of the term smart use of money and efficiencies. It's a very good term, I think. If I'm reading the tea leaves, it really states that we need to be very cognizant of how we're spending money. Looking at some of the plans that we have in place right now, we have Mr. Donnelly said it's a fleet reserve, correct? About $20 million for bus reserve?
through the chair, I like to point to numbers so that make sure we're talking the same thing. On page 31, there's a list of all our reserves there, and we have a fleet replacement reserve, yes.
Okay, perfect. So we do have a fleet replacement reserve. I think, Mr. Rasevich, you're asking for maybe just a slowdown of what we're doing for spend. That works out about $3 million. Just running some of these efficiency uses of money and the smart use of money. We just had a very good, healthy debate about $400K savings about 17 years for electric buses, which works out to $23.6 thousand per year. We think that number is going to be lower now, maybe $15,000 per year over the life cycle of the bus, because there's going to be carbon tax that's going to come off that value. We have a $20 million fleet reserve. If we invest that right now at 5%, which I've heard our reserves are invested, that works out to about $1 million per year. However, going down certain paths, what we just decided, we're going to deplete that reserve with our smart use of money and shore efficiencies. We're going to deplete that reserve by 2027, which means we've got roughly $20 million of fleet reserve depletion in 24 months, call it $1 million a month. So the $3 million into the reserve will actually save the reserve from being depleted by maybe 2 months at tops at this point. So I think really what Councillor Rasevich is pointing out is the fleet reserve will be gone in the next 2 years regardless. Putting $3 million into the reserve will do nothing for replenishing the reserve. The smart use of the money and the efficiencies is gone regardless. So we have to come up with a better plan on how to replenish this reserve outside of this budget cycle. We're going to be faced with significant funding shortfalls in the near future, and putting $3 million at this right now will not do anything. But taking 1% of a mill rate reduction will help with the affordability, and we'll have some smart use of money and efficiencies coming down the road, given full well that we're going to be faced with significant financial challenges in the future. So the question to administration is, given that you provided the report that states $20 million of the fleet reserve will be gone by 2027, what would the $3 million reserve bump this year provide you?
So I just wanted, as you answer, Councillor, you just ran out of time here, so I'll let admin answer the question.
Through the chair, so as part of that $7.7 million, as mentioned, there's approximately $3 million that'll go to the fleet reserve. That is an ongoing amount that would go to the reserve. So 2025 would be $3 million, 2026 would be another $3 million, 2027 would be $3 million, 2028 would be $3 million. So we're looking at about 4 years of $3 million, so approximately $12 million would go to the reserve if we're looking out to about 2028.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. We've a lot of talk about the reserve. I just wanted to remind council that last year, council decided to remove roughly $8.4 million out of this reserve to pay for the CRA audit for REAL and EDR. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, I'm just speaking up to say that I would like council to get on with the vote. I feel like at this time we've talked a lot about transit, and we're really just confirming our personal biases. And I feel like most people in this room know where people stand on transit. So if there's any undecided, please go ahead and raise your hand. But at this point, and for the sake of efficiencies, which we all love, I would love to get on with a yes or no vote.
So your timing was impeccable, Councillor Turnbull, because there was nobody else lit up. So I will go to give Councillor Rasevich the closing comment there. Go ahead.
So, Councillor Turnbull, you're sort of alluding to the fact you think I have something against transit. So that's what you're saying. I have nothing against transit. My loyalty is to the taxpayers and the people in my ward when I door knocked about, hey, I'm going to come here because I don't have an agenda on any topic here, whether it's, my agenda is to save the taxpayers money and do things that are good for the city. a temporary pause of a reserve fund for 3 million. It was basically taken over 8 million to go to somewhere else. What is that? For me, that has nothing to do that I don't like transit or anything like that. So the point is about saving some money on the mill rate, giving some reprieve to the taxpayer. So when I walk out of here, I can say, hey, you know what, I tried. Because transit's not losing any hours. They're not losing any service whatsoever. So I don't understand why anybody would vote against this. So I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Bashinsky, the motion has been defeated in a vote of 3 in favor, 8 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Rasevich, Siklis, and Bezo. Voting against the motion were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, this would be a good break point for today. So I'm going to ask for a motion to recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Councillor Siklis, a seconder, please. Councillor Flores, any opposed? Thank you. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.